Welcome back.
Who was first? Welkin at Dusk was first, so congratulations to him.
Back defenders. Jake here. Top story. Putin is looking for a ceasefire to cement his gains in Ukraine. This is according to Reuters, citing numerous sources. And apparently, Putin is open to a ceasefire that recognizes the current front lines on the battlefield, but will continue to fight on if Ukraine and its allies do not agree. So my guess is that the Kremlin is putting out feelers to certain foreign governments, maybe the Swiss, maybe the Emiratis, to signal a message to Western governments: are you interested in a ceasefire? And you don't ask for a ceasefire if the war is going well. If the Russians are about to capture the city of Kharkiv, about to capture the city of Zaporizhia, about to capture the city of Odessa, about to finally take the entirety of the Donbass region, then you don't ask for a ceasefire. You don't do that to be nice from a position of strength. So this shows extreme weakness if this is true.
You like the lean beef video? Thanks. There's a lot of pro-Palestinian cucks in the comment section. They are saying the stupidest shit. I was arguing with a guy who said the Israeli War of Independence was started by the Jews. The whole reason there's a war in the first place is because Palestinians attacked first. Like, these people have no fucking clue.
And the timing can't be a coincidence. Putin last week went to see the Emperor of China to bend the knee and ask for favors. And I'm guessing the Chinese told him no. We're not going to give you more help. We're not going to give you lethal aid. And we're extremely disappointed in you, Russia, and annoyed that you have completely botched this 3-day special military operation. So I don't know what the Chinese told the Russians, but I'm guessing Russia is looking for a reprieve on the battlefield. And in my opinion, the last month has been a disaster for the Russians. Ever since the aid package was passed by the United States and Ukraine.
Thoughts on people who think that Hamas can do whatever they want because of past oppression they may have faced. Seems a bit strange. Why are they allowed to do whatever they want?
They're anti-Semitic fucking whack jobs. Again, in no other set of circumstances would they have a position of like that on any other conflict. They're only holding that position because they hate Jews. Thanks for the donation, though, Blaha.
Ukraine has been getting more man-pads and Stingers, more artillery shells, more Bradley infantry fighting vehicles. They've been getting ATACMS, more Gimler rounds. Ukraine says they've stopped Russia and Kharkiv and are now pushing back. So this new front, this new offensive, Russia built up 40,000 troops and stormed across the border, and they haven't made it farther than 5 kilometers. Ukraine had to let them take territory just so they could fire on them and kill this amass of troops. So the Russians never even made it close to Lipsy. They've taken parts of the north side of Vovchansk. But these were stepping stones number 1 to either get to the city of Kharkiv or to put pressure on Kupiansk. This has been a complete failure the last 3 weeks. The kill ratios have been 8-1 in Ukraine's favor, and I think Russia is regretting this decision. This is also according to the Institute for...
Bang a video, dude. The propaganda is hitting fever pitch. It's starting to actually infect my friend groups and it's gay AF. Look at this completely made up viral horse shit.
Let me take a look. Israel has worked tirelessly to make the answer to "do you condemn Hamas" go from yes to be honest, I kind of get it. Once you learn that a large percentage of Hamas soldiers are people orphaned by the IDF, it kind of changes your brain chemistry. Oh my god. These people are suffering from fucking brain rot, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, Caleb.
Study of war, Russia may use a war freeze to prepare a new offensive against Ukraine. Well, duh. Yes, this is what Russia wants. They have no intention of stopping their genocide for good. What they've told their own people, given how many soldiers they've already lost, Putin is fully committed for this war to take as long as possible. He doesn't care how many Russians die. Any talks about a ceasefire is a trick so that Russia can rebuild their forces, conscript more men, build more missiles, and then go back and attack Ukraine in 6 months or a year. But in my opinion, this is probably the biggest factor affecting the way the Russians are acting. Victory for Ukraine requires destruction of the Russian oil industry. Estimates vary, but at least 15% of Russia's refining capacity has been knocked off in the first 4 months of this year. I think it's a little bit higher, but by this winter, Russia might have lost greater than 50% of the refining capacity for their petroleum industry due to these Ukrainian drone attacks. This is what Russia actually wants a ceasefire for. They don't want to go into a winter without diesel, without gasoline, without kerosene, without all the refined oil products they need for their entire society to function in the wintertime. Wow. Here's the theory proposed by Ukraine. This is the Foreign Minister Kuleba. Putin wants to derail Ukraine's peace summit by claiming readiness for a ceasefire. Why are Russian sources suddenly telling the media that Putin is willing to halt the war at the current battle lines? It's simple. Putin is desperately trying to derail the peace summit in Switzerland on June 15th and 16th. He is scared of its success. His entourage sends these phony signals of alleged readiness for a ceasefire, despite the fact that Russian troops continue to brutally attack Ukraine while their missiles and drones rain down on Ukrainian cities and communities. Putin currently has no desire to end his aggression against Ukraine. Only the principled and united voice of the global majority can force him to choose peace over war. This is what the peace summit is intended to achieve. This is why he is so afraid of it. I don't know the details of this summit coming up next month in Switzerland. Hopefully, progress can be made. But this is Kuleba's theory about why Putin is making noise about a ceasefire. Could also be this. When you look at the daily kill count, it's now over 500,000 soldiers fighting for Russia. This number, you have to remember, this is not 500,000 Russian soldiers killed. This is 500,000 soldiers fighting for Russia killed. About 80,000 of this number were Russian prisoners, gang pressed into the Wagner mercenary and then used as meat assaults in Bakhmut. I think probably another 100,000 of this 500,000 are Ukrainian citizens.
That is fucking crazy. Dude, imagine if they do another round of mass mobilization and they try to get another 200,000-300,000. Like, they're all gonna die. I'd love to fucking see him try that. That would probably spark outrage.
Ukrainian men from Luhansk and Donetsk force mobilized into the Russian military and then just exterminated. You also have the mercenaries coming from places like Nepal and Somalia and Syria. But yes, I do think over the last two and a half years, the Russian military has probably lost 300,000 soldiers. And it's climbing fast every single day. So Russia is going to increase their rate of terrorism and mass fear to try to trick Ukraine, force Ukraine into some kind of ceasefire that benefits them. This is the top story from the last day. 16 people killed in a Russian strike on a Kharkiv hypermarket. A hypermarket is like, in the United States, a home.
Research on this seems a bit sparse, but it appears that ADHD is associated with antisocial behavior and ASPD. Understand yourself, bitch.
That is interesting. I know a lot of sociopaths and psychopaths are easily bored and they need like constant stimulation, so there might be something to that. Thanks for the donation though, Dreamsation.
Home Depot or Lowe's. It's just a construction warehouse store. And the Russians deliberately bombed it with 2 Fab 500s, aerial glide bombs, in broad daylight on a Saturday afternoon to kill as many civilians as possible shopping for their home goods. This is where the hypermarket is located in the city of Kharkiv.
What's hilarious too,
residential.
You have fucking dipshits like Finkeldick who will say, it's a genocide! It's a genocide! Oh, Israel is a terrorist state! They're committing a genocide against Palestinians! And then when you ask them about, okay, so what's your stance on Russia invading Ukraine? Well, I think the Russian invasion of Ukraine is legitimate. I think the nonsense of them attacking civilians is just that. Like, oh my fucking god, dude. And you have, like, Ukraine is a, you know, modern industrialized society. They have cell phones and everything. Like, all of this gets leaked out onto the internet as soon as it happens. Like, you're seeing fucking Quickie Marts getting fucking bombed. Like, there's no possible military objective that can be gained from these attacks. And then, yeah, Finkeldick, the pro-Palestinian anti-genocide fucking activist. Oh, Russia's doing just fine. Like, these people are fucking cunts. Do you agree that Name the Trade is the easiest position to argue for and any dumb person could successfully run it? I don't know what you mean by that. Like, are you saying Name the Trait is an easy way for anybody to argue for veganism or any particular position that would, you know, test like logical consistency? Probably, like, the only issue I see most people having is they get confused when it comes to running like a given reductio. So if somebody names a trait, they might be confused about how to run a reductio hypothetical for the trait. But as long as you figure that out, yeah, it's a pretty easy argument to run through. Sailor Moon donated $2. Hi VG, did you hear about Steffi Cohen? Please watch the full Instagram video. Yeah, I heard about it. Apparently she's a fucking crazy wacko psycho bitch.
Cohen! Welcome to the show. So we all know Steffi, 1 million followers, 25 times world record powerlifter, she's a boxer. And unfortunately what I'm about to show you, I've known about it for quite some time, but I couldn't really speak on it until there was an arrest, so let's get into it. Stephanie was picked up in Miami yesterday and charged with a multitude of crimes, one being sexual cyber harassment. Steffi received these charges because she has been accused of hacking into a laptop that belonged to an ex of hers, taking nude photographs of her ex's new significant other, and then distributing them into group chats online. Weirdly enough, if you look at her charges, the hacking into the computer is a felony, and distributing somebody else's nudes online is just a misdemeanor, however the fuck that works. She also got a resisting arrest because apparently she tried to leg sweep one of the police officers while they were arresting her.
Oh my god.
Thankfully, the court granted stay-away orders so she can't bother the victims without being arrested again. I couldn't possibly find the energy to be 32 years old and want to post my ex's significant other's nudes online as some sort of get back. I think this is a wake-up call and a time to grow up, Steffi.
Yeah, dude, that is crazy psycho bitch behavior. Like, what the fuck, bro? I didn't know she was that much of a fucking crazy person. Thanks for the donation, Sailor Moon.
Residential buildings. Lots of people on a Saturday afternoon walked to this market to do their shopping, and Russia tried to kill as many people as possible in this act of terrorism. The moment the glide bombs hit the hypermarket is caught on CCTV. I'll link this down below if you want to see it. Here's thoughts from Timothy Schneider. These were Ukrainians in Kharkiv going to the equivalent of Lowe's or Home Depot, thinking about fixing something up. This is Ukrainian firefighters responding to the fire, looking for wounded people in a cafe. Mighty victories for the Russian military. And this attack really disturbs me. Russian attack destroys 50,000 books at a Kharkiv printing house, killing 7 workers. So this is a printing house that prints books in the Ukrainian language. This is a genocide from Russia, so they dedicated a $1 million missile to destroy some books. Here's President Zelensky at the printing house viewing the devastation.
Вот с немецкому такие наручники.
Мы успели вытащить сами до приезда МЧС. И вот 2 оператора машиноцентра были здесь. 2 девочек Дании, получается, все сотрудники, которые были за своими машиноцентрами, они погибли мгновенно.
Все тут заодно.
Да.
Построили.
People working at this printing house were murdered by the Russians. For a report on the ground in the Western supplied weapons, the United Kingdom has announced it's okay
to defend Ukrainian cities. Please stand with you. Slava Ukraini.
Continues in Western countries continues. Zelensky is calling on Western allies to permit Ukraine to hit Russian territory with Western supplied weapons.
Yeah, dude, this war could be over so much fucking quicker if Ukraine could attack within Russia with American and European supplied arms. Like it's so stupid too. Like they're worried about escalating the conflict and shit. Like, I mean, how many fucking times has Russia threatened to use nuclear arms and then, oh, well, they just don't. Just let them fucking do it. It's stupid.
The United Kingdom has announced it's okay. Finland, Sweden today, Lithuania, Estonia have all announced they're okay with their weapons donated to Ukraine being used on the territory of Russia. This is also a big boost. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg calls on NATO countries to lift restrictions on Ukraine strikes on military targets inside of Russia. This is what the Secretary General has to say.
I think the time has come for allies to consider whether they should lift some of the restrictions they have put on the use of weapons they have donated to Ukraine, because especially now when a lot of the fighting is going on in Kharkiv, close to the border, to deny Ukraine the possibility of using these weapons against legitimate military targets on Russian territory makes it very hard for them to defend themselves.
So to be clear,
The time has come for this policy to change. And it's the Russians who are forcing this change in policy. For over 2 years, Russia has failed to make a breakthrough in the Donbass region. Every time they try to fly their jets over occupied territory, they get shot down. Every time they try to stand up a command post or an ammunition depot within 90 kilometers of the front lines, they get HIMARSed. So this is actually really smart of the Russians, what they're trying to do. They're trying to shift the war to northeastern Ukraine, and they're only looking to punch into Ukraine about 10 kilometers to force this war of attrition, get into the trenches, cause casualties for Ukraine. But they want to play it safe. 10 kilometers back for their supply lines.
Hey VG, got my blood test results. Everything was super good except my white blood cell count was 3.4, which is low apparently. Doctor was saying vegans have lower WBC? Do you know anything about this? I eat super clean WFPB and very fit. Is it a concern?
I've never heard of vegans having a lower white blood cell count. Lower white blood cell count isn't necessarily an indicator of disease or risk of disease, so I wouldn't really be worried about it unless there's like some sort of underlying condition behind it. Vegans, low white blood cell. Let me see. Appears that many vegans, however, have a lower than normal white blood cell count. We don't really know why that is, but it appears to be common and not indicative of any obvious problem. If you have a white blood cell count below normal, you should talk to your doctor about whether to be concerned. Vegans may have a lower white blood cell count because there is less, like, bad things in your diet to trigger an immune reaction, so that could possibly be it. High intake of vegetables is linked to lower white blood cell profile, and the effect is mediated by gut microbiome. Chronic inflammation, which can be modulated by diet, is linked to high white blood cell counts and correlates with higher cardiometabolic risk and risk for more severe infections, as in the case of COVID. Results: higher levels of white blood cells, lymphocytes, and basophils were all significantly correlated with lower habitual intake of vegetables, with vegetable intake explaining between 3.59 and 6.58% of variation in white blood cells after adjusting for covariates and multiple testing using false discovery rate. No such association was seen with fruit intake. A mediation analysis found that 20% of the effect of vegetable intake on lymphocyte count was mediated by one bacterial genus, Colonacella, known to increase with the intake of processed foods and previously associated with fatty liver disease. We further correlated white blood cells to other inflammatory markers, including IL-6 and GLYCA, fasting, and postprandial glucose levels, and found a significant relationship between inflammation and diet. Habitual diet high in vegetables but not fruits is linked to lower inflammatory profile for white blood cells, and a fifth of the effect is mediated by genus Collinsella. So, lower white blood cell count on a vegan diet might just be indicative of lower levels of inflammation and immune compromise. So, thanks for the donation, though, Nichols. Appreciate it. Hope that helps.
Nothing triggers me more than when someone talks shit about the US or Canada's foreign policy but then won't hold other countries to the same standards like Russia or China. The US is honestly not that bad compared to other countries rights-wise.
Well, yeah. The US isn't some, like, fucked up nationalist totalitarian dictatorship, at least not yet. So, criticizing US foreign policy, which, especially these days, post-Iraq, post-Afghanistan, we have pretty good foreign policy under Biden. Thanks for the donation, though, OmniVegan.
Your latest vid was like Alec and Kiri level shit, it offend a lot of people. Do cranky vegan next lol. From his post.
I'm not going to bother making a video about Cranky Vegan because he's a nothing, nobody loser that nobody fucking cares about, and it would just be a waste of time. Free Palestine, take the boot off their neck, all Israel's doing is radicalizing another generation, blah blah blah, I've heard it all before, who cares? He's a going nowhere loser, nobody fucking cares about his channel, nobody knows about him. So won't do me any good talking about him. Caption from his post. You can imagine being a kid in the middle of an absolute slaughter of your family, blah, 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 bombed. Yeah, the reason they're getting bombed is because their family members are Hamas members, so again, whose fault is that? Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. Grand Dam donated $2. Is he a narcissist? Let me see.
Greg does give objectively good information here, albeit quite simple, by telling people not to abuse caffeine and pre-workouts. But that doesn't stop the top comment of the video being clickbaiting harder than last time.
Clickbaiting harder than...
Yes, Greg is a narcissist. I'm not going to bother watching this video. So he's just complaining about somebody making a video saying he's clickbaiting. 30 minutes about a random channel nobody knows about saying you're a clickbaiter. Like, who the fuck cares? Thanks for the donation, though, Grandam. But he is a narcissist. They can
have their command posts, their fuel warehouses, their ammunition depots, their artillery, their aviation. It's all perfectly safe. This would create such an asymmetrical war scenario that...
Do I still have Cherry Coke Zero on the shirt? Yeah, I don't think this was washed in B. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, this is the shirt I spilled Cherry Coke Zero on.
Ukraine can't fight this war. Ukraine can't survive this.
Mex Vegano donated $2. What's your opinion on communism? It's fucking stupid and it doesn't work. Thanks for the donation, Mex.
If the Russians are allowed sanctuary on their side of the border and they just punch over to fight in the trenches, being perfectly safe on the other side. Case in point,
What do you think of Ronda Rousey versus Holly Holmes?
Holly Holmes was a better fighter. She absolutely destroys Rousey standing up, and Rousey had a terrible fucking coach that was encouraging her to box with a much better kickboxer, so yeah, she got fucked up. Thanks for the donation, CLJ.
Planes that are currently bombing the city of Kharkiv are taking off from here. This is Baltimore Airfield in Varennes, Russia. And this is within 300 kilometers of the border. If Ukraine can get permission from the United States to use ATACMS on valid military targets striking Ukraine every single day, then Russia's got a serious problem. If this policy from the United States changes this week, Russia has a serious problem. So I know that the debate is happening now on the National Security Council. I think the Pentagon and people like Secretary of State Blinken are in favor of changing the policy. It's really just one man, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who's telling Biden no. And Biden's going to meet with a lot of people. This is just how he thinks and acts. He's going to probably meet with the director of the CIA.
Yeah, bro. That dude even looks like a fucking cuck. My mouse is low on battery.
And meet with the director of the NSA, and he's going to talk to a lot of people before he reverses this policy.
In terms of ability, is McGregor the greatest featherweight ever? No, he's one of the most overrated fighters of all fucking time. When he first got into the UFC, they were basically sending him to fight tomato cans. He's only really had 2, good fights in his whole fucking career. But whenever he fought, the best fighters, like Khabib, he got absolutely fucking annihilated.
Because the threat and the risk is nuclear war. That's what Jake Sullivan wants to prevent. But Russia is forcing this issue. With their tactics changing and this new invasion of Kharkiv, this policy has to change this week. Let's get to the bad news for Russia. Ukrainian forces shot down another Russian Su-25 in Donetsk. Russia's losing a plane basically every other day now. And the Ukrainians finally put out a video.
Hi VG. I hope that you are feeling great tonight. So, check this out also, FYI, Virginia just flipped to Biden unexpectedly. Wow.
Let me take a look.
Racism will go away if we just stop talking about it, they say. A lot of people sent me what I'm about to show you. This is a city council meeting, I think, from last week, where 2 young ladies got up to advocate for themselves and stuff they need at their school, and then this wretched person decided to chime in via Zoom.
I'm Zanicia Carey. We are from Monarch Montessori, a DPS public school in Montbello.
We are here to ask for help to get our school a yurt for a classroom. Here are some reasons why we need a new classroom.
Yes.
If you need space, go back to Africa. Nobody wants you here. All you do is burn down and ruin stuff. You little.
We are a Montessori school.
You unmuted me again, you dumb boomer. Go ahead, protect the protect the and kick
Yo, producer, can we remove them?
Why would you remove me when you should remove the
Yeah.
or better yet, the Jews that brought them here? Disgusting.
They're gone. They're gone from the Zoom. I'm really sorry about that.
And of course, a bunch of people were like, can you find her? Looks like she used a name. Well, this name is actually evidence that she knew exactly what she was doing when she joined that Zoom call, because this is not her name. This is the name of a woman who was attacked by her pet chimp, and it ate her face off. And I don't think I need to lay out for you the statement that they're making when they chose this name before coming into that city council meeting and saying those horrible things. Will they ever find that person? I have no idea. A bunch of you saw that, though, and were outraged by it.
Holy shit. An actual footage of Bigfoot. I've been telling y'all that he exists.
Bigfoot. Oh man, look at him.
It's pretty amazing. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. What the fuck's going on? I can't hear the notifications. Oh wait, there we go.
What's wrong with cucks? Weren't you just watching me fuck Jasmine's juicy ass the other day, whimpering in the corner like you? Ooh ah. Wee yeah, fuck her harder, daddy nigger. Stop being so judgmental and making fun of cucks, you fucking faggot.
That never happened, but thanks for the donation, I'm Niagara. Dodo donators, how come nobody ever says that Hamas uses child soldiers? It's a big deal when an African country or warlord is using child soldiers, but you don't ever hear about Hamas use of child soldiers, which is prevalent. Even from anti-Hamas people, they never say that. Yep, that's because they hate Israel, and they try to do everything they can to make Hamas look like the good guys. Hamas has even groomed children to be suicide bombers. They've attached suicide vests to children to kill Jews. Hamas child suicide bombers. And you can see photos of this shit too. There's another one with a young girl too. I remember there was a big meme when the photo released where they were calling it Suicide Girls. But yeah, Hamas has used children as suicide bombers. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Interesting enough, as that video was going everywhere, I saw a video post from a father that nobody was really seeing. A post where his daughter had recorded on the school bus, essentially. This is a shuttle for the school with a driver from the school. And she was experiencing this from a student who was probably 9 years old.
Can you shut up, Chucky? Thank you.
Can you shut up?
What?
Can you shut up?
What'd you say?
I heard that. Fucking shut up. Can you shut up, Huh?
They're both,
I'm done with you.
If you touch me, I'm gonna touch
David,
you.
I don't care.
Down.
If you touch me, I'm gonna touch you. Like, I'm letting you know that now, bro. If you touch me, I'm gonna touch you.
I don't care.
So I'm letting you know that now. If you put your hands on me, I'm gonna put
I
my
hope you
hands
know
on
I
you.
don't care.
Just gonna let you know, David. Yeah. You're gonna get your ass beat, so if I was out, sit down back in your
I don't
seat.
give a fuck.
And you ain't gonna get in my face, bud.
You're not helping.
Can you please sit down and put your seatbelt? Louder, brother!
No.
Louder, brother!
I'm not sitting down.
911, David, they should use to sit down, unbuckled, trying to pick a fight with Faith.
I'm not gonna do anything. Weak bitch.
I blurred his
Yeah, that's fucked.
Face because he's a child, and that is learned behavior. He didn't come up with that on his own. Someone taught him that that's okay, and worse yet, the more disturbing part to me, quite frankly, is the fact that not only does that bus driver not immediately shut him down for saying those things, in the beginning, I'm pretty sure I hear him laughing. And that guy's daughter said he did end up radioing, and that kid was removed and isn't going to be riding the shuttle anymore. But that was only after she believes he noticed her recording. But racism will go away if we just stop talking about it, right?
Yeah, it's fucking retarded. Biden flip in Virginia. That's pretty interesting. Well, hopefully Biden will win the next election. If not, then at least we'll get some more support for Israel. Kevy Love donated $2. What is Vegan Gains' thoughts on the new Black Ops 6 trailer? Apologies if you already reacted to this or seen it. Okay, I'll react to that in a second. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Check out Omar is Youth's Instagram story. Another All Eyes on Rafa post.
What a fucking moron. Oh, what a fucking moron. These people are absolutely worthless, retarded cunts. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. That's just so stupid. Fuck me. Thanks for the donation, Prismo. Will Mage donated $2. What would you do if you find a crazy lady like this one was leaning on your motorcycle? Probably a lot more physical than how this guy handled it. Well, let me see. Well, I'd just throw her off. I've already seen this clip. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage. Dodo donated $2.
Is it considered betrayal to hook up with your best friend's sister? Asking for a friend.
No, I don't see why it would be. Thanks for the donation day in, day out. Oh my god, let's fucking go. Blow up already. Sarbomb. Let's see. That's what we need in Palestine. SAR bomb.
We're recording. Truth is, your whole life is a lie.
You wanted peace, so we hit the war. And now it rages on in the shadows.
Behind closed doors, where we hide the world's secrets.
While we build your trust, the world falls apart around you. If you weren't so distracted, you'd realize
Nothing is what it seems. But if it's truth you seek, look in the dark.
Sick. Seems like it's gonna take place during at least the first Iraq War. There's rumor that the game is gonna include 9/11, so might take place over both wars. Looks like it could be good.
Video revealing how they're doing it, and it is man-pads. Man-portable devices to shoot down these planes. You can't really see the plane in the distance, but they do get it. I'll link this clip down below if you want to see a man-pad being fired off in Donetsk. Ukrainian drone attack damages 2 Russian aircraft in Krasnodar. Ukraine is still striking military targets in Russia every single day, but they have to use their domestically produced drones. Here are some before and after satellite images, and you can see the 2 planes that were damaged by these drone attacks. And something interesting about this plane, you can clearly see it. This is one of Russia's aviation demonstration planes, one of their show planes. This group is called the Russian Knights, and this is one of the planes that Ukraine destroyed. So I don't know why this plane was at this base. Is Russia using their show planes to carry out combat missions now? Like,
probably.
I don't think Russia's close to running out of planes. They're more likely to be running out of qualified pilots before they run out of planes. This is a fantastic video. ATACMS obliterates Russian air defense system as it desperately tries to defend itself. I don't think I can show the full video, but this is an S-400 system in the Donetsk region that knows ATACMS are inbound, and it fires off salvos to try to shoot it down, fails to shoot it down, and then this S-400 complex gets completely annihilated. The crews in the vehicles were all lost. This S-400 air defense system was worth about $800 million, and it got shredded. It got completely destroyed. The clip that's really impressed me the last 2 days that I found, I'll also link this down below.
Donating Tellers, do you know Trump's trial will be over within a few days? The jury is deliberating now. The guy in the Black Ops trailer sounded like Sean Baker, the guy who said your life is a lie. Yeah, I know the Trump trial is going to be over soon. He's probably going to be found guilty. Guys, I'm fucking crying laughing right now. Thought I was going to have to wait for my trip to North Korea to see groveling like this.
Jesus and Lord. God, God help. Thank you. Bible, Holy Bible is for God. Yeah. Jesus.
He's got old Asian ladies crying for him. Are they singing the national anthem in Chinese? What the fuck? That is fucked.
Nigger is driving while in a court hearing about his suspended license. How does one become this retarded Rochard lol? Start at 035.
Oh yeah, I think. Oh no, this is a new one. I saw a similar one like it. Let me see.
You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
Okay. So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended,
That is correct, Your Honor.
and he was just driving, and he didn't have a license.
Is with the
Whoa. He's just realizing he fucked up?
charges, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at his
Yes.
record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Dude, like, this guy must be a full-fledged retard. Why wouldn't he have just made some stupid excuse like, oh, I was just moving a car from my driveway or something like that. I wasn't, like, actually driving. Like, he could have just said, I just had to move cars in a driveway and I wasn't technically, like, on the road. Like, why wouldn't he just make up an excuse like that? Like, what a fucking idiot.
Hello?
1 minute, Mr. Harris.
I don't even know why he would do that. So defendant's bond is revoked in this matter. Defendant is to turn himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Harris, I'll be giving you a call.
Okay.
What a retard.
Court calls the case, People versus Maya Isom.
I'm still on behalf of the township.
Assistant Public Defender, Charlie Page, for Ms.
Dude. Criminals are not too bright, apparently.
This is Russia's best tank, the T-90. It's worth $4.5 million, and it was completely destroyed by 3 FPV drones. Each one of these FPV drones is worth about $400, so for $1,200 worth of drones...
Hope this helps you reach your donation goal. Keep doing thing. Love to see it.
Oh, wow. Thanks for the big donation, Daytonas and Vogues. Really appreciate that, dude. Thanks.
React to this.
Let me see.
We need reporters. We need people figuring out about the fund.
Funder of pro-Palestinian college protests will shock you. All right. Interesting.
She's pro-Israel and hot. Part of the IDF. Subscribe. Probably has of.
Damn, look at that fucking ass, dude. She's got junk in the trunk. That's a good cake. She's a good shot.
Good.
Oh yeah, I remember this. People were like outraged and shit over this operation. It was fucking badass. Yeah, dude, the IDF is fucking badass.
Boom.
She's cute.
Come zero my weapon with me.
Dude, she has a nice thick ass. You know, I think just because the IDF girls are hot, I'm going to support Israel no matter what. Even if they do commit a genocide, you know what? They got some hot bitches in the IDF.
But then I found out that Mickey was gay. Oh, Mickey is so fun. Oh, Mickey is so fun. Ooh, she mine. Ooh, girl, bump and grind. Ooh, she mine. Ooh, girl, bump a lot. Angelina, lips like Angelina, like Selena, ass shape like Selena. I'm like, God up in the Lord for the day. Ooh, she mine.
Absolutely based. Son Goku donated $2. Trying to outrun a bad diet be like, let me see.
2,600 calorie box of 4 crumble cookies, then running until I burn 2,600 calories.
I don't think I'd be able to eat all those cookies. That's like way too rich.
Done. I already feel like I'm gonna throw up. Mile 1, 136 calories burned. Mile 3, 397 calories burned. Mile 5, 661 calories burned. Bad news. I gotta poop really bad and I'm not close to the house. I'm stopping at McDonald's and going to the bathroom. This was a bad idea. I'm back outside. Mile 6, 798 calories burned. Mile 8, 1,061 calories burned. Mile 10, 1,348 calories burned. Mile 12, 1,633 calories burned. Mile 14, 1,913 calories burned. Mile 16, 2,201 calories burned. I'm done eating crumble, bro. Mile 18, 2,479 calories burned. Done. 2,600 calories burned. 2 hours, 43 minutes. Let me know. Is crumble worth it or not?
Yeah, like when Greg says you can just exercise enough to be able to eat whatever you want, that's just fucking retarded. You really can't. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
Not just of this.
Prominent Jewish family's child funded pro-Palestinian protests.
But the radicalization of our students on college campuses on this issue.
Some of these protesters are spontaneous and organic and sincere. Some, I think, are connected to Russia.
Qatar, maybe, I believe they're the largest contributor to American universities over the past decade. Qatar, they have poured hundreds of millions of dollars into American universities to have a radicalizing effect on Middle Eastern studies. And I must say, it has worked.
You think some of these protests are Russian plants?
I don't think they're plants. I think some financing should be investigated.
It was a Jewish family. The funding for the college protest came from a Jewish family. That's what the Daily Beast found. They did a little bit of digging and they found that it actually happens to be an American Jewish family.
So are they playing this game where we can find pick-me Jews, so obviously it's a genocide? Is that the game now?
And I love it. I just love it so much. Because notice how...
You know, it's funny too, because the pro-Israel side is even better at playing this game. You have, what's his name? The fucking guy who was one of the Hamas leaders' sons, who's come out, defended Israel, talk shit about Hamas. Like, I mean, if they're going to play that game, we play it better. Yeah, Masab Yusuf.
Scarborough never went back to the story after the results of this investigation determined that it wasn't Qatar. There's no nefarious figure funding pro-peace protests on college campuses. So let's give you the details. A much publicized recent report by the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy, which actually happens to be an Israeli-backed think tank, ranked.
Bruh. Your latest video on leaf beef patty, what's so offensive and triggering and angered a lot of people. Make more of these. Lamau. Classic VGW.
Yeah, dude, that triggered the fuck out of a lot of people. Comments are so fucking retarded. Hi, everyone. Looks like it might get some good views. It's at 2.6K right now. Richard deleting comments. I've literally not deleted a single comment. That's just YouTube filtering out shit. Believing the IDF is really a big brain move, Rich. Yeah, but believing Hamas, yeah, that's some 4D chess shit. Saying no civilians are being targeted in this war is just as stupid as saying no civilians being targeted in Ukraine. Oh wait, you believe an official narrative. Holy fuck, dude. Literally no evidence whatsoever of civilian targeting, and then just trust me, bro, that's the evidence. Even Jewish rabbis are all about free Palestine. Oh yeah, okay, so I know pick me Jews, so I know a black guy who hates black people, so black people are actually pieces of shit. Okay. Such an L video. That image has been posted millions of times, and Israel's still culpable for killing civilians. Even if you think they're telling the truth, I'm a dumb baby, and whenever I see fucking TikToks of like kids dead, my brain turns off.
The Bafrayung Fund, as the single largest sponsor of pro-Palestinian activist groups.
Dodo donate $2. Change the stream title to "Come Debate Me on Israel Palestine," and then keep the Discord open in the background. I'm not going to do that because all that will happen is random people will pop into my Discord and shout the N-word over and over again. And then maybe one person over the course of like 5 or 6 hours will actually come in to debate me. And they're going to be a 15-year-old fucking kid who doesn't know shit and is going to waste my fucking time. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
What's up, bro? How's your mental health lately? Also, do you think it would be worth it for me to totally cut out junk food like refined sugar if my goal is to feel better mentally? How much of a psychological benefit does eating healthy typically give?
So you can experiment with that and see how you feel. I think here's the thing. Anytime you do something like set a goal for yourself, you're probably going to do something that's going to be productive to your mental health. So if you have like a goal of weight loss or weight gain, the opposite, like building muscle, going to the gym, eating healthier, I think having the goal itself is a big contributor to good mental health. Just having something to focus on, something to keep your attention on, and something that you're going to be sort of proud of, look forward to, all those things kind of contribute to mental health. So I would say just for the sake of having a goal, it's worth doing to try to cut out sugar for, let's say, like 30 days. I don't see it having any sort of negative consequences to cut out processed sugar entirely. But yeah, just do it, see how you feel. There's no harm in doing it, and having these sort of small goals is probably going to be beneficial to your mental health. As far as like cutting out sugar, processed sugar, will that have any direct effect on your mental health? It may or may not. It depends how much processed sugar you generally consume. There is some evidence that mental health issues can be exacerbated by inflammatory conditions in the body, and if you're eating a lot of processed food, that can increase inflammation in the body. So by removing sugar, eating more whole foods, lots of fruits and vegetables, that may have a direct benefit on your mental health. Healthy eating seems to have a moderate effect on mental health. It seems the most effective treatment for mental health is vigorous physical exercise. That seems to be the most important. I don't know exactly where eating healthy would rank, but there is a correlation between eating lots of fruits and vegetables and better mental health scores. But my mental health lately has been pretty goddamn fantastic. Ever since the mushroom trip, I've just been doing great. I haven't had any depression, and I've just been feeling good, so things are going good for me. Thanks for the donation, LMAO. Wow.
I found her Rick.
Oh,
She has only fans. Good for her. Go IDF, fuck Palestinian babies.
Cool. It's not linked in her it's not linked in her bio. Let me take a look. She's got a nice pussy and some good titties. Yeah, she's pretty hot. Not seeing any butthole pics. She does have a nice pussy, though. Nice big ass. She has really good titties, too. Well, okay, that's her spicy Instagram. Let me see. That's her cosplay. Not into the super heavy makeup shit like here. But, yeah, she's pretty hot. Thanks for the donation, Finger... Was that Finger My Ass? No. Sexy Israeli. Thanks for the donation, dude. $9. No, if you change the title, people will actually come debate you. Also, you just posted that video, so people will come. Also, we like listening and watching to you embarrassing 15-year-old retards who don't know anything and other weird stuff from your Discord callers. If anybody comes in and starts complaining about Israel-Palestine, I'll offer to debate them, but I'm not changing the video title and leaving the Discord open. That would just be asking for fucking retarded trolls to come in and just shout the N-word. Thanks for the donation, though, man.
Do you still think Clean Beef Patty is sexy after learning she's an anti-Semite?
Yeah, I mean, she's still hot. I wouldn't have had sex with her even before any of this. Like, but if you're good looking, you're good looking. It doesn't really change anything. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have had sex with her unless she's like vegan or something. Yeah, I used to jerk off to some of Mia Khalifa's videos, but then after I found out she was a crazy wacko anti-Semite, I just can't fucking do it anymore. Thanks for the donation, Bean Leaf Fatty. Finger My Ass donated $2. Let me see. Mexico City, radical Palestinian protesters set the Israeli embassy on fire.
Contigo, Luis Carlos Hernández. Se pusieron duras las cosas por allá entre los manifestantes. Te escuchamos.
Well, that is pretty retarded. But what do you expect? Thanks for the donation, Finger My Ass.
Hi VG. Happy International Day of Virtue Signaling.
Well, happy International Day of Virtue Signaling to you too. Thanks for that donation, LAG.
Have you seen Tfue on Twitter shooting boars? He's a psycho.
No, I'm not on Twitter at all anymore. I've been banned for a while, and I'm glad I've been banned. Twitter's just a fucking cesspit of bullshit. Don't waste your time with Twitter. It's a complete and utter waste of time. Just delete your account. It's for the better. Thanks for the donation, though, Cyborg, the weeb.
Do you consider fruit dessert? I get desserts can have fruit in it, but just fruit on its own for dessert is fucking lame. That's some boomer shit.
I don't consider fruit to be dessert. Fruit is very enjoyable, but I don't consider it to be dessert. Dessert is something that's pretty much by definition just processed and shitty for you. Thanks for that donation, though, Cam. Dodo donated $2. How delusional? Let me see.
Did not want to kill Israelis, that it sent these hundreds of drones knowing they would all be miraculously stopped. Can you justify that?
Yeah, what I want to say is if Iran has such a primitive army that they're not capable of landing even a single missile inside Israel because all they have is a bunch of crappy drones and slow missiles that can be removed from the sky by Jordan and by the United Arab Emirates, then they're hardly an imposing country. The reality is that Hezbollah...
All you need is one to get through.
Alan, please.
One, that's all you need.
Hezbollah has hundreds of, tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of highly sophisticated missiles pointed directly at every single major Israeli city, including Tel Aviv. If Iran wanted to do a kind of response against Israel that you're suggesting they wanted, they had that capability and they didn't because they're a rational, restrained country that didn't want to end up in a world war. I know, the only rational, restrained countries are America, Israel, and the West. That's what your media tells you all the time, so I know that you believe that. But there are actually other rational, restrained countries in the world, too. You're always told there's a new Hitler in Iran, there's a new Hitler in Russia, there's a new Hitler named Hamas, there's a new Hitler in Syria, and you believe it all the time, and you stand up and you cheer all those evil...
Calling Iran a rational, restrained country is fucking weird as shit. They're smart enough to know that if they go to war with Israel, they're gonna get fucking stomped. But they're not rational.
Irrational countries. As I said, if you look at who the ones are who are starting wars, it is your country, the United States. And along with Israel...
Oh, the United States started the war in Ukraine. Okay.
as well. And that is just the reality.
Glenn Greenwald's a fucking idiot. Wizardly Rhino donated $2. What do you think of new weight loss drugs like Ozempic and Mounjaro? Not familiar with Mounjaro. The new semaglutide weight loss drugs are highly effective. They have a low risk, especially compared to the health risks that are associated with obesity. And they're only going to get better. I think right now the government should step in and allow these drugs to be sold near the cost of production. Right now, it's usually like $1,000 a month for an efficacious dose of Ozempic, the cost of production is something like $10. So the government should just step in and lower the cost of these medications. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Lenny is up down 1010s in South Beach with Robzilla, R.I.P., and Cassidy Campbell.
All right, let me take a look. Thanks for the donation, N-word.
Thoughts? Or are you gonna keep making excuses for the war crimes Israel is committing?
Jon Stewart is absolutely right. Why is the Muslim Ummah turning its back on Palestinian refugees? Okay, let's play this game. Let's say the Arab countries tomorrow taking all of the Palestinian refugees, all of the Palestinian people. Yay, they're not going to get bombed anymore. And so Palestine is empty and the Israelis just take it. Is that what you want? And then Israel won't stop with just Palestine.
What? It's like the stupidest fucking response I've ever heard to the issue of no Arab nations taking in Palestinian refugees. They refuse to take in Palestinian refugees because they're terrible people. They try to commit coups, they commit uprisings, they commit terror attacks. Egypt, Jordan has dealt with this. Anytime they take in Palestinian refugees, they all become fucking terrorists. They try to overthrow the government or make Islamic extremist regimes. That's why. And it proves the point that these are not people that you can fucking reason with. That's the point of bringing that up.
By the way, they'll start bombing the civilian population of Lebanon, and then folks like you and Jon Stewart will come in and say, oh, why doesn't the Muslim Ummah take in all of the refugees from Lebanon? Think about the precedents this creates. You're basically telling all the despotic governments of the world that, hey guys, if you want to take in foreign land, all you have to do is carpet bomb the civilians, then all of the other
this guy is just incredibly ignorant. He doesn't understand the point these people are making for why no Arab nations will take in Palestinian refugees. He doesn't even understand the history of, these countries that have accepted Palestinian refugees.
Countries will take all of those civilians in, and then the land will be empty for you to go take. And then what you're saying is, if tomorrow someone comes to your house, steals all of your furnitures and beats the crap out of you, we should say, why didn't your neighbors take you in? Instead of, well, your stuff.
Okay, this guy is like actually retarded. Thanks for that donation, Mocam.
I think Palestine should just not be gay about this. Israel is stronger. Brainwashed Palestinian terrorists don't see beyond gay historical religious factors for fighting. There's no God, and the strategic importance shouldn't matter to them. Mega gay. React to this, Giraffe.
I shall react to this. Thanks for the donation. And Dragon's Word. Yeah, I mean, Palestinians have been brainwashed and mind-fucked into believing that if they just fight for long enough, they're going to end up, like, wiping out all the Jews and getting their territory back and shit. It's fucking stupid, and all of this, like, international support they're receiving is just diluting them, even more, and they're thinking, oh, if we just keep doing this, if we keep just fighting, we'll get enough international support, like, it'll never happen, and you're just encouraging more of them to fight for nothing and fucking die in some stupid, pointless war. Thanks for the donation, though. Fuck.
Oh my god, these pro-Palestine supporters are so stupid. SJWs are even dumber than we ever thought they were.
Yeah, they're stupid as fuck, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Let's watch these videos, my absolute Spielberg. Mostly the video about drinking tobacco.
Let's take a look at these. Oh, isn't this guy the crazy wacko who's trying to make red pill content? Alright, we can watch those in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Marxist and University. Yeah, they like whack each other's necks. No fighting. You're supposed to be friends. I fucking love giraffes. Dude, if I could have, like, a pet animal of, like, any species, it would have to be a giraffe. They're so pretty. No fighting. That's mean. Be friends. No. Let's see. Baby giraffe. Baby giraffes are just so fucking cute, dude. Like, look at this. My god. Oh my fucking god, baby giraffes are adorable. Why can't they just stay babies? That's a good baby. People babies are disgusting, but giraffe babies, they're amazing. Fucking love these giraffe babies. Look at that little baby. I want him. I want him, and I'm going to keep him. He can stay in my backyard, and I'm going to pet him and feed him bananas. That's a good baby.
All right, let's hear this new track of yours. You got it. And I just want to say, I think I wrote my magnet opens here. Those aren't the words. This might just be my mustard peas. Let's just hear it. Okay. Although, why you say this crap, I think?
Well, that's not funny.
Hello, my friends. Hello, my friends. Today is yet another day of recording again. The last time it was the SD card, the memory that got full, and I couldn't continue. Today I have found another memory card, so let's see if we can make it.
Assuming that they weren't harmed and could give consent, would this be you with giraffes?
Hey, Lois, can you run inside and give me some oranges or whatever it is these things eat?
Peter, what is that?
This would be a giraffe, Isaac Newton. Yeah, I stole it from the zoo. What with Mayor West sending all the cops away, everybody can do whatever they want.
Peter, I don't care what Mayor West has done. You can't just break the law.
Sure I can. I've been doing it all week. Like yes, out of here.
I would definitely ride a giraffe if a giraffe could give consent and it wouldn't hurt the giraffe.
What the hell? No, 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 no!
Hello myth to vegan gainth. If I may, I want to talk about something very serious for a moment. Please do not smile or laugh. I have been suffering from a very there I outslip. Sometimes I get super self-conscious about it. Any advice?
Let's see. Maybe try like training your tongue to be a bit stronger by like eating out a girl's butt. Really try wiggling your tongue inside the asshole and swirling it around. That should get your tongue strong enough to properly pronounce words. Thanks for the donation, Gator Man.
Gross fact about giraffes during mating session: the males sometimes drink the female's urine to see if she's ovulating.
That's not too bad. You know, drinking a little bit of pee is okay. I actually like the taste of a girl's piss. Like, if a girl goes to the bathroom, takes a piss, and you eat her pussy, it tastes nice. Thanks for that donation, though, Dodo. Mindless Zombie donated $2. Imagine giving an escort thousands of dollars, and this is how she treats you. Jewish people are weird. She charges $1,600 for 1 hour of sex, by the way. The clients be trying me. Can you cover your address on your ID? Just need to make sure you're over the age of 25. My age limit is 25 and up. Perfect. Thank you. I need to see full face. I get it. Yeah, scared to do so, but all my clients are Jewish. Never had a problem. I need to see name and date of birth on the ID. Hi, can we do something for 500 full service, like maybe 20 minutes or so? Get the fuck off my phone. Oh, sorry, I thought we had a good time last time. You know that I'm not playing games now. Remember, we did something for 500 last time. But if you don't want, I will not contact you again. And by the way, I understand English and you don't need to talk to me this type of language. Sorry and thank you. Can you cover... Okay, that's really weird. Oh yeah, I've seen this. Daniel Shaver assassinated by cops in Arizona. Yeah, well, there wasn't a big riot about this because there wasn't a big riot about this because the guy was white. If this was a black dude, yeah, there would be a huge uproar. But that's how it be. Thanks for the donation, Mindless Zombie.
Until the end of this long story about chicks and mango.
Why won't you try X Defiant? Because X Defiant is gay.
Where I have left you the last time, I spoke about the intense experience of wanting to kill my friend when that entity in me was trying to overtake my body and lash himself on my friend. That was extremely intense because I could definitely feel this entity, this devil, trying to overtake my body and just like jump. It felt so strong, like a tiger. It felt like this power that was in me will destroy.
Will Mage $20. This bitch is radically unhinged. I thought the second and third step were crazy. Let me see.
Have you shared this AI image in the past day and you're wondering, what can I do next? Well, here's your guide from a Palestinian on what you can do to help. One is, of course, to listen to Palestinians. They have been silenced for 76 years. It's not complicated. It's not a conflict. It's settlers stealing Palestinian land, murdering native Palestinians, and
People like you is what's wrong with the world. Free Palestine and fuck
If Islam is so
Israel.
peaceful, why are you becoming refugees in our countries? Simple. You created the refugees. When you supported Israel's genocide of Palestinians in 1948, you created hundreds of thousands of refugees that came to the United States. When you supported the Iranian Revolution of 1979, you created the hundreds of thousands of refugees that came from Iran. When you supported the America's invasion of Iraq, you created the hundreds of thousands of refugees that came from Iraq, and then you went and funded a terrorist group in Iraq that became ISIS. When you funded the invasion of the Mujahideen of Afghanistan, you created the Taliban, a terrorist group, and then that created hundreds of thousands of refugees. And then you went and attacked Afghanistan, creating another hundreds of thousands of refugees. When you went in and caused the coup in Libya that destabilized the country, then you created another hundreds of thousands of refugees. When you went and supported Israel's invasion of Lebanon, you created another bunch of hundreds of thousands of refugees, right? Every single war in the Middle East can be traced back to you. Pretty much almost every single one, not every single one, but almost every single war can be.
Okay, this is like literally fucking retarded. Not all of the American foreign policies are ideal. Many of them were fucked. So the decision to fund the Taliban at the time, the Mujahideen, was questionable. Would it have been better for Russia to completely take over the region? It's debatable. What he mentioned, Iran, Iraq. The U.S. invasion of Iraq was absolutely fucked. The U.S. support of the Iranian regime at the time, again, questionable, but this idea that American foreign policy is just always evil and creates refugees, it's just fucking stupid. There's a fundamental problem with the geopolitics in these areas that are outside, that are, what is it? That can't be blamed on U.S. intervention.
can be traced back to you creating hundreds of thousands of refugees. Not only that, within Africa, you guys colonized Africa, creating hundreds of thousands of refugees. And then when you left Africa, you put in puppet rulers that support companies that exploit the country, making them very poor, creating hundreds of thousands of refugees. Until now, many countries in Africa are still exploited by the French.
Okay, cool. America bad. I get it.
No free Israel and fuck Palestine from the ocean to the sky. Hamas shall die hard.
Goddamn right about that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Colonizing Palestine. What is happening in Palestine is an anti-colonial liberation struggle fighting for our freedom from settler occupation and for decolonization of our native land. That includes dismantling
Native land, right. That's why you see Jewish artifacts all throughout the area. Alan Wiltsius donated $2. Love the new video. You did a great job. Well, thank you, Alan. Glad you enjoyed it.
the 76-year-old Israeli settler colony and all its violent forms. We do not want to be...
Mike donated $2. Do women have a point when they say they're afraid to go out and be assaulted despite the fact that men are way more likely to be victims of assault unprovoked? Men are more likely to be attacked, but women are more vulnerable because, one, they're physically weaker, and two, they're too fucking stupid to carry a gun. So... because women are physically weaker and they're fucking retarded and they can't figure out that if they're at a physical disadvantage, then they should carry a firearm, which is a force equalizer. They do have legitimate reason to be more precautious. Women also by nature are more prone to anxiety. Probably has something to do with evolutionary biology and, you know, them having to carry a child and shit like that, so they're just more anxiety prone and some survival advantage, that type of crap. So, you know, there is still a risk for women going out unarmed and without male accompaniment. So, you know, it's legitimate to be worried. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Heard you wanna get master debated, biatch. Let's go and fuck you, Dodo.
I can't tell if you're just a troll and you're fucking with me, or if you're actually retarded, but... okay, I'll leave the link in the fucking thing. I'm expecting a fucking 12-year-old to come on and just shout the N-word over and over again. Thanks for the donation, Quest.
Capture the flag.
I'm not going to play Capture the Flag, but thanks for the donation, faggot. Dodo donated $2. Can you react to Sneeko talking to this Jewish professor at 5930? Starts getting crazy racist toward the end. Sure. Hey, dude, what's up?
Yo.
Space.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, fuck, sorry, hold on. I got your stream on still. Good? Good to go?
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm not the R word, and I'm not 12, so there you go. We've talked before. So your position, it doesn't seem to have changed since the last time we talked. It seems like it's only gotten more extreme, more in the realm of what some people would consider like Nazism. So are your main points still that all the military actions that the IDF are carrying out are within the realm of what a regular moral military would do? And is your position also that they have the right to carry out the actions in the way that they're doing it?
Yeah, so I'm not going to deny that Israel has made some really bad mistakes during the war. Namely, the worst one that comes to mind was using a drone strike or some sort of missile attack against
Or kids?
No. There was some sort of aid organization that was delivering food or something, and they were
World Food
actually in a
Program.
designated area that was known to, it was like a safe zone where it was known to carry aid, and they were targeted in a strike. That was, at least as far as I can remember, the most inexcusable thing that happened during the.
It was the World Food Program. They
Yeah.
weren't targeted in a strike. They were targeted in 3 strikes. The first strike hit the first van. Then the survivors ran to the next one, and then they fled, and then they were hunted down. They were struck again, and
Yeah,
then the survivors
that was
that was
the worst mistake the IDF made.
This is the worst
As far as the overall conflict is concerned, though, I acknowledge there's going to be like oopsies and mistakes and shit made in any conflict. But as far as the overall conflict is concerned, as the general rule, the IDF is acting benevolently. They seem to be trying to minimize civilian casualties. And they're deliberately targeting Hamas officials and trying not to target civilians.
When you say they deliberately try to mitigate civilian casualties, you're saying that because they do things like what do they call it? Roof knocking and setting out leaflets for safe areas.
Yeah, leaflets. They call buildings. They have a cell phone warning system that hands out QR codes to show safe zones. There's roof knocking. So yeah, they do a variety of things.
Do you think a roof knock can kill anybody inside of the building?
No.
No, you don't think the percussion from a roof knocking does any sort of damage to anybody sitting in the house?
No.
Okay. And so for the safe zones, so you've seen the fires that happened at that other safe zone where people, got killed or whatnot.
It wasn't a safe zone.
It was a safe zone.
No, it wasn't a safe zone. It was a civilian encampment that was outside of the safe zone. They were given orders to evacuate to a safe zone. They weren't actually in a safe zone. The safe zone was something like 500 to 1,000 meters away, something like that. And they were targeting Hamas officials that had a secret weapon cache that was 180 meters from the civilian encampment. And when the IDF killed the 2 Hamas officials, it set off the hidden munitions that Hamas was keeping within reach of a civilian encampment. Those munitions went off. It ended up causing a chain reaction where the munitions hit a fuel tank, and then the fuel tank exploded, causing the fire.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, what you're saying is you're saying it with confidence, and those are things that are just speculative at this point. Regardless of that, aside from Sunday, on Monday and Tuesday, 2 other camps were hit. One camp, 20 people died, and the other camp, 8 people died. They were hit by airstrikes as well. So it doesn't have anything to do with that fire. The one thing that's same across the board is all those camps were also listed on some of those safe leaflets that you talked about, where they tell people to go to safe areas.
Okay. I'd have to look into each of these situations, but every time I hear about this crap, it's wait. Every time I hear about this,
You took one Twitter video that had some voiceover with 2 people talking. So, it must be Hamas. Oh, hopefully Hamas doesn't kill us. And you made an entire YouTube video out of a Twitter video.
No, I didn't.
But you're saying it's crap.
So you're talking about the Instagram video I reacted to on stream. If you actually watch my video, I didn't even use that as a reference. You can check the references in the description. I used an article made by the Israeli Times, and they actually showed, what was it? Satellite surveillance footage to actually show that, the IDF was targeting Hamas members 180 meters away. And then, there's also footage of the actual IDF strike itself that was released. And on top of that, there's the cell phone footage that the Palestinians took. And the IDF was also able to intercept cell phone communications between several Palestinians talking about the fire. So what the fuck are you talking about?
That's not. They haven't said that at all. That's from that video that you're saying. So that's
No.
not
No,
at all.
no. Check my
Yes.
watch the video and look at my sources. I linked them in the description.
regardless
I
of what-
even
regardless-
showed it. I literally even showed it in the video. It's linked in the article.
Okay, cool. I'll concede. Let's say that all of that is true. Do you think military like the U.S. would implement a strike 183 meters away
Yes.
from a civilian encampment?
Yes.
You do. So you think that's how the U.S. targets?
Okay. Stupid. Have you ever like talked to fucking U.S. drone operators? Are you out of your fucking mind? You know how many innocent civilians have been killed with U.S. drone strikes?
I know how many Palestinians have. I'm not talking. So you realize people died in that fire from that explosion.
Okay,
that
great.
explosion hit the encampment, correct? Yes.
Whose
or no?
fault is that? Like, why do you think Hamas had a munition stash 180 meters away from an encampment?
Sorry, but you're
they
saying
intentionally fucking do this shit.
You're saying they take safe precautions, but if the shrapnel or whatever,
It was munitions.
close enough,
It was munitions fire.
if it was close enough to get that camp, then that's not taking safe precautions.
Yes, it is. They were using the lowest yield explosives they possibly could. I think it was 37 pounds. What?
Congratulations to them. It was 1,000 pounds, was it not?
No, it was a 37-pound explosive. It was like 7 kilograms.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, like,
Regardless.
again, you can look at the fucking article I referenced by the Israel Times. Every source you'll be able to find on the internet will also confirm this. It was the lowest yield explosive they possibly could. It was something like 32 pounds or 32 kilograms, can't remember which. But they used the lowest yield explosive they possibly could to reduce the likelihood of some sort of shrapnel or secondary explosion from affecting any civilians. And it turned out there was a hidden stash of munitions that Hamas had that went off and exploded.
That's speculation.
That's not speculation. Again,
speculation.
no, it's not just
Where's the
speculation
evidence?
because,
Where's the
again, there's recorded footage from Palestinians at the scene talking about it. They also intercepted cell phone communication from Palestinians also talking about the hidden
Okay,
munitions
all right.
cache.
So
No, it's not
you're
just speculation. That's what the evidence shows.
So it's the IDF, or it's a video recording from an account from somebody that's already been caught in the past.
Okay, so you didn't bother watching my video, you didn't bother looking at the fucking
I don't
sources,
need-
and
I don't
you
need-
don't know what you're talking about.
The first time that video has ever shown up on the internet was on an account of somebody that is well known for doing that shit.
Okay, well, that's great. I didn't use that video as a reference because I
Well,
knew...
maybe
I didn't use that
That's
video
not-
as a reference because
talking
he's
about
not
the
a
video-
fucking journalist, and I
I'm
didn't
talking
want to
about the
use
video
that
that
video as a fucking reference. So I used a reputable journal outlet as evidence. I never use that fucking video as evidence, so I don't know why the fuck you're bringing that up.
because you're talking about a video where two Palestinians are talking and there's voiceovers on it, right? That video.
No, I'm talking about the fucking cell phone communication that was intercepted.
Okay, it's not the cell phone communication. So which one is it, the video or is it the cell phone communication that has the exact same wording as what was shown in the video of two Palestinian people who must have known for sure?
You didn't even,
that it
you
was a
literally
weapon
admitted you
cast.
didn't even watch the video or look at my sources, so I don't know why you're fucking
I've
saying
seen the
this, but
original
again,
video.
if you look at the fucking video I made, I referenced the Israeli Times.
Okay, let's move on. So if it is the case that the camps that were hit, the 3 camps that were hit in the last 3 or 4 days, were on that leaflet, the leaflets that were distributed, would you think that's taking safety into concern? Regardless, they know the fucking camps are there. You're talking about the drone footage. You can see the camps and the tents in the drone footage. So how is it that they're still striking all of these camps where people have been told to flee to?
The only thing that I reported on was the camp where 45 people were killed. I don't know about I don't know about the 2 other camps. I'd have to look into it. But
Well, go ahead.
but assuming if the IDF did strike 2 camps that were in the safe zone, then they probably found Hamas officials that were around the camps.
Well, I'm gonna have to spoil this for you, but the U.S. wouldn't kill a target just because it's surrounded by civilians.
You might want to reword that because it made no sense. Try again.
You said that it's okay for them to kill the Hamas if they're in the middle of the camp because they're Hamas.
It depends on it depends. So if you're talking about a high-ranking official that is a high security risk, that is likely going to contribute to, say, tens or dozens or hundreds of more deaths, then yeah, it might make sense to actually have a few civilian casualties to take out the official. If it's a low-ranking member, then it might not. It entirely depends.
How many civilian casualties do you think?
I don't know. It depends. It depends on the value of the target.
You have a range or anything like that?
It depends on the value of the target.
So in the beginning of the war, for the Lavender report that you didn't bother reading, the 6th IDF operatives.
Well, wait. Before we move on to that, like, do you have a problem with
this is tying into what you did. This is tying into what you.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
So in the Lavender report, what the 6 operatives all said individually was that at the beginning of the war, when they were bombing houses, they were cleared to kill for every low-ranking official up to 25 civilians, and then for every higher-ranking official from 50 to up to 100.
Okay.
And there's been cases afterwards where there's been more than that. So you think that's a reasonable amount of people to die for one low-ranking official? And that's for the low-ranking connection to Hamas. Like, maybe they're a gunner. Maybe.
I don't know. Maybe.
Do you think anybody in your chat would think that it would be okay if, say, let's say that a military target of the U.S.
Can you give me some sort of counterfactual? Like, what's the U.S. like? Show me the U.S.'s standard protocol, like in Afghanistan, because I know the U.S. had a similar protocol in Afghanistan. They were even allowed to kill family members of terrorists because of they had some sort of connection system where if you're
they did with bin Laden.
What?
They did with bin Laden, that's correct. But since you said that they have some sort of system, do you think that it's in line with Israel? Then can you produce any of that?
It sounds about right. Let me see if I can just quickly Google something like that.
I don't think
American drone strike civilian, or wait, collateral damage assessment. Let's see. Executive services directives. This PDF is just loading. I don't know if I'll be able to find the information in this document quick enough, but
okay. Here.
It sounds to be in line with U.S. doctrine, though, with casualties that are accepted in drone strikes.
What are you basing that off
of? Shit that I've heard.
That you've heard. Okay, so that doesn't sound very credible.
Okay, well, again, you're the one claiming that Israel is using military doctrine that is far outside the norm. So show me a counterfactual. Show me military doctrine that's used in the United States military that is nothing like Israel, where they wouldn't accept that many civilian casualties for one terrorist.
There was a report that came out from Commander General Kenneth F. McKenzie Jr. in CENTCOM, where they spoke about they were going after a high-ranking target, and they were tracking that person for up to 2 years. The person surrounded themselves with their family and civilians for 2 years, and after 2 years, the person had finally slipped up, and then they took that opportunity to kill them. But that was the level of measures that they went to kill a high operative and minimize civilian casualties. I don't think you'll find any instance in the world of any Western democratic military that is going to say that it's reasonable to kill 25 civilians for one low.
Can you actually show me a source for that?
What I just said, I have in the past. You can look it up right now. It's plus 972's magazine, the Lavender Report.
Lavender Report, civilian
Plus 972 magazine.
Plus
They also
972
go.
magazine. What the fuck is that?
You bothered ever researching any of this stuff? I've literally sent this to you before. You looked at it for 2 seconds in the visual and you clicked off because you didn't like what you saw.
Lavender, the AI machine directing Israel's bombing spree in Gaza. Let me see. 2021 book. What the fuck? Wait. Independent journalism from Israel, Palestine. Let me look up the...
I don't have your stream up. Do you have it? It's from April 3rd.
What do you mean?
The report is Lavender's.
Yeah, it's from April 3rd.
Yeah. They also go into detail that they used a system called Where's Daddy, where they would track the Hamas, whatever you want to call them, the terrorists, if you must.
Yeah, they'd wait for them to be in their home. Again,
they would track. Well,
yeah, they'd wait for them to be in their home. So would you rather them blow up a fucking terrace in the middle of a fucking grocery store or something?
Well, it's funny because people like you make the argument that they use civilians as what do you call it? They use them as human shields. And IDF makes that same argument. But so you would prefer them to go home and be killed with their families as opposed to in some make-believe military fighting area that Gaza doesn't have an access to. Let's say there was that access and they went home at night. You would think it's not using human shields if they're going home and then they're being killed after being on the battlefield when they're not in active combat.
What does this have to do with human shields?
That's because that's what the IDF says is they surround themselves with civilians and they're human shields. But if you
that's right.
If you just admitted to the fact that they wait till they're home with their families, isn't that your way of arguing that they use human shields?
No.
Because Israel chooses to kill them when they're around people?
No. So Hamas makes Hamas makes military installations in civilian infrastructures. The terror tunnels are a great example of this. The terror tunnels they use stretch all throughout. Shut up. The terror tunnels stretch all throughout Gaza. They go underneath hospitals, mosques, grocery stores, apartment buildings. But Hamas has never made any bomb shelters for civilians. That's an example of using fucking human shields. They're creating infrastructure for their terrorist attacks that stretch all throughout civilian infrastructure, but they won't build any fucking bomb shelters. Rather,
the example of human shields is that since they know that the ruthless military will bomb the shit out of all the fucking infrastructure to get down to them underground, that's how they use human shields, because they know
it stretches all throughout civilian infrastructure.
Because they know that the military they're against will indiscriminately bomb them.
What do you mean indiscriminately bomb?
I'm just taking Joe Biden's quote from late October.
I don't fucking care what Joe Biden says.
It seems like you do most of the time.
No, what the fuck do you mean indiscriminately bomb? So if they're indiscriminately bombing, why isn't Gaza a parking lot?
Are you fucking joking, bro? It's 70% a parking lot.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes,
no, it's not.
You can look.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So, do you have a source that says 70% of like all buildings are being fucking toppled or something?
Yeah. You can literally look at. There's sliders, bro, from before and after. Jesus Christ.
Oh, okay. Trust me, bro. I saw images on Google. Okay, got it.
I'm looking it up right now since you apparently can't.
Let's see. In an unprecedented move, according to two sources, the army also decided during the first weeks of the war, for every junior Hamas operative that Lavender marked, it was permissible to kill up to 15 to 20 civilians. So I don't know where the 25 number came from. In the past, the military did not authorize any collateral damage during assassinations of low-ranking militants. The source added that in the event that the target was a senior Hamas official with the rank of battalion or brigade commander, the army on several occasions authorized the killing of more than 100 civilians in the assassination of a single commander. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Yeah, so you think that's justified? That's interesting.
Yeah.
So what
Like,
you're
look,
looking for is called.
these people are extremely fucking dangerous, and you're
Oh,
probably
are
not
they?
going to get
They're
many.
extremely.
You're
They are
probably
they?
not going to get many opportunities to kill these people, and like the alternatives involved. Where let's say they were only able to do a ground invasion, they're not going to use any sort of missile systems. You're talking about a very high likelihood of like high attritional losses for the Israeli military. So you could either kill
think
one
no
Hamas
military-
official with up to 100 civilians dying, or you could have only a ground invasion where we're going to have extremely limited use of targeting missile systems,
So this
and
is
have
important for
like
anybody.
say 20, 30, 40, 50 Israeli ground troops that'll die to kill a single commander.
So if anybody's listening, what you can take from what Richard just said is that the risk of military losses does not outweighs the taking any sort of reasonable measures to limit civilian deaths, is what you just said.
Okay, so
you just said
wait.
make it as safe as possible for the soldiers and and
Uh,
not worry about the
is there
civilians.
not an interest to not have your own military members die?
So you don't think that Western military forces take any measures and even put their own soldiers at risk to minimize civilian casualties? Is that what you're
Not
saying?
to an unlimited extent.
It sounds pretty unlimited if you're talking about 20 people for one low-ranking fucking military person. It's
Okay,
like if
so
it's like
oh my
if a
god.
soldier hit himself in a village. If a soldier hides himself in a tiny village in, say, Vietnam, and you say that would justify napalming the entire fucking village. Like, you're
No, I
out of your
didn't say
mind.
that.
Let's say there's 20 people in that village, and you'd be justified for it, right? Could be real
Maybe,
tough
maybe
if you had
not.
to go
Depends on the circumstances.
Yeah, well, that's why people call you genocidal. So, what you're looking
Uh-huh.
for the images? Images is called satellite images show destruction from Israel's assault on Gaza.
Why don't
from
you
Al
just
Jazeera.
link it in the tea time?
Well, because then I gotta. How do I do that?
Just click on the tea time thing, and then link it
Hold
in
up,
the
I'm-
tea time channel.
I'm on my phone. Just give me a sec. So just going back to that, so that's the thing. So one soldier hides himself within like a village of 20 people. It's okay to napalm the place.
Okay, dumbass. Can you show me the counterfactual? So, if Israel were to not use any of these missile attacks, and they were to just use ground forces, armored infantry, shit like that, can you show me the counterfactual that would result in massively lower civilian casualties?
That wouldn't result in massive civilian casualties?
Okay, so if you're gonna fucking criticize Israel for using missile systems, that would assume the counterfactual to that, using only ground infantry, would result in less civilian casualties. That would be the assumption if you're going to criticize these missile strikes. So,
come on, bro.
Show me the
You're not-
counterfactual evidence that using ground forces, so, you know, are just ground infantry, armored vehicles, tanks, shit like that, that would result in significantly fewer civilian casualties.
I don't have one.
Okay,
But that
then
doesn't-
why the
that
fuck
doesn't
would I
matter.
have a
But that
huge
doesn't
problem?
matter.
So stupid. Why would I have a huge problem with Israel using
reverse-
these fucking
reverse what you
missiles
just-
when you
but you
can't even
literally
provide
just
me
said it.
evidence that not using the missiles and just using ground infantry would even save a
literally-
single fucking civilian?
You literally just said it because you care more about the soldiers than you care about the people.
No shit! I care more about my own fucking military than random fucking dickheads that are supporting Hamas.
Yeah, because you don't understand fucking war and how it works.
Oh,
and you
I don't understand war. Okay.
No, because
well,
you've
thank you,
shown-
military
you've shown
expert.
zero-
Yes,
you've shown
yes.
Zero
Right. I'm a Commander
around
General Twitter Lord, and I understand the military. Okay.
You show zero comprehension around like taking some sort of reasonable measures to limit civilian casualties.
Reasonable
So
measures to limit civilian casualties. Oh, okay. So I guess the, handing out QR codes, messaging buildings, door knocking, leaflets,
handing out leaflets,
yeah,
places
okay.
that you
All
bomb,
of that is not reasonable measures. Okay, got
handing
it.
out leaflets to places that you bomb fucking 3 days later. Okay, that was sick. So it's just basically like, here's
Well,
the
okay,
place
dude,
where
why don't you go to Gaza and tell everybody, hey, it's
go to
fucking
Gaza.
stupid to move if they're gonna bomb us, so let's just let them bomb us.
Why would you move if they're just gonna
Yeah,
kill
why
you
would
every
you
place
move?
you
Right.
go?
Okay, cool. Go over to Palestine and tell them all that. Why would you move? Just let them bomb you. They're gonna bomb you anyway. Yeah, encourage
because they are, and
encourage the
and they
civilians
have.
not to move to safe zones. Got it. I think
How
that's what
do I
Hamas is actually doing. There's evidence that they're actually rounding up civilians in these areas, holding them at gunpoint, forcing them not to fucking leave so that they can use them as human shields. Maybe you should join Hamas.
Yeah, that's cute and all. Where do I post the link?
Just in the tea time chat.
And then, so you've seen.
Oh, Al
evidence of the
Jazeera. Okay, great source, dude.
I knew we'd say that. I guess.
All
the
right,
pictures
so
we
satellite
got-
images reveal the destruction of hospitals in Gaza. Okay. So you claimed that 70% of Gaza is a parking lot. What the fuck does this have to do with your claim? Okay.
Are you looking
Oh,
at the
look,
images?
there. Oh my God, look at this. There's 8 photos. Oh, yeah, 70% of Gaza. Okay, so this covers 70% of Gaza, dickhead? So where's the evidence that 70% of Gaza is a fucking parking lot?
Why don't you show how Gaza looks right now that you think it's not destroyed?
You're the
Why
one
don't you
making the
show?
fucking claim, jackass.
Well, I've showed you some pictures. Do you have any pictures that prove otherwise?
Okay. Let me just cherry pick a few photos that I can find on the internet of Gaza where it looks
Okay,
totally
yeah, that's-
fine
I'm sure
to
that's
prove to
exactly
you
what it
that
is.
look. See, nothing even happened in Gaza. It's all overblown. Is that what you want me to do?
Yeah.
So
You're
again,
right. It
where's
all
the
looks-
evidence that
it all looks
70% of Gaza is a fucking parking lot?
It
Oh,
all
let
looks
me
like
let me
there's
just
no-
give you a link to this Al Jazeera article that's extremely pro-Palestinian biased and only shows hospital locations.
How about 70% of Gaza homes? Does that work for you?
Sure, go ahead, do it.
You want me to link that again, or you
Yeah,
can just
sure,
look
link
up?
it. Yeah, sure, link it.
Jesus Christ! I think you're just trying to like delay me or something. So anyway, so you know the way that Israel treats Palestinians, right? At least in detainment.
Yeah, I've seen some terrible things.
Yeah, that's like the one thing you've actually conceded to. So what do you think of that in terms of them being a moral army?
Well, again, I don't know if this is the general rule. Probably isn't. There are specific detainment camps that I've seen where it does look like there are really bad human rights abuses. But from what I've seen, it doesn't seem like the general rule. But yeah, obviously, if stuff like that is happening, then Israel absolutely should be criticized.
What else have you seen in terms of Israeli detainment of Palestinians to show you otherwise?
What do you mean?
You said from what you've seen, it doesn't seem like that's like the overall case. What else have you seen?
Not much else. I've only heard of a few instances of certain
so
detainment centers abusing prisoners. I've heard of a few accusations of sexual assault, but when I look into them, they're usually fucking horseshit. It's just like some girl who said like a male officer patted her down, and then they consider that sexual assault.
Or young boys like that unit that Anthony Blinken had the report for, that they were talking about withholding any sort of funding for that.
This
unit.
is another thing from Al Jazeera again.
Yeah,
300,000 out of 439,000 homes have been destroyed. Israeli attacks. Wall Street Journal report. Then why in the fuck didn't you just link me to the Wall Street Journal? What the fuck? You send me a fucking Al Jazeera article? Okay, and then the Wall Street Journal article is fucking blocked. But okay, fine. 70% of fucking Gazan homes are destroyed. What be fucking diddly do?
Okay.
Whose fault is that?
So that doesn't matter when all you're targeting is what, 30,000 combatants?
Yeah, so it's 30 to 40,000 combatants that
And aren't
have
they all
committed
in-
to committing
aren't
an
they all in
endless
tunnels?
genocide, who
Aren't
keep
they all
shooting
in
fucking
tunnels?
rockets into fucking Israel, and it's
Aren't they all
costing
in
the
tunnels?
fucking Israeli military hundreds of millions of dollars on some occasions, on some months, when the
no.
rocket attacks are frequent,
That's
to run
terrible.
the Iron Dome system.
And people are getting killed all the time in those attacks too, right?
Sorry.
those-
Wait. So you're telling me, like, any other fucking country in the world would tolerate losses of hundreds of millions of dollars to run a system like the Iron Dome when you have terrorists right next door shooting rockets into their fucking country?
Well, there's 2 points
Any
to
other
that. The
country
first-
would be expected to tolerate those sorts of losses.
There's 2 responses to that. The first would be that at the end of 2022, Israel was actually in a surplus, probably because they get $4 billion plus allowance from the USA, so they're okay with their money. So you don't have to worry
What
about
the
that.
fuck
And
does
as
that matter?
As you've seen since the beginning of this war, with the tens of billions of dollars they've gotten in the last couple of months, they're not.
Oh,
too
okay, they're
worried.
giving military aid. Who cares if they have to fucking spend hundreds of millions of dollars running the
Cases,
Iron Dome?
I mean,
well, they're
if you're
giving
looking
military aid. Okay.
One, you're looking for bleeding hearts over $100 million for a place that gets billions just handed to them every year. The second point of that is that, not aside from the fact that most of those rockets are compiled of rockets that were already shot over the fence at them.
No, they're not. Most are
yes,
not made
they are.
out of rockets that are already made out of rockets that were shot out of the fence. I
They're
don't
made out
know
of the
how many
materials and
exactly,
the-
but it's not the majority.
There's videos of
Yes,
just
yeah, I know there's videos of them fucking taking some of the munitions and turning it back into rockets. That's great. That's not the
Yeah.
fucking majority.
The rest they're just conjuring up with their ancient anti-Semitic witchcraft out of their ass, right? But
It's not
anyways,
particularly difficult to make explosives, believe it or not. If fucking retarded terrorists who believe that they're gonna get fucking 92 virgins in heavens can do it, it's not that complicated.
So speaking of virgins, so the Telegram group 72 Virgins that was run by the Israeli military. What do you think about that in terms of morality?
The what?
Telegram group?
What about the Telegram group?
72 Virgins?
What is that about?
It's a group where they post videos of Palestinians that were killed, how they were killed, celebrating it, all types of
Okay,
disgusting
great.
shit. So that's your moral army that puts out a Telegram
Oh,
group?
okay. So when 70% of fucking Palestinians are cheering on the October 7th attack, where 1,200 Israeli civilians were fucking killed, over 200, I think it was 190 something foreign
Hey, Richard,
nationals were
say it,
killed,
say it.
and what,
It's the
200
Holocaust,
fucking
it's
hostages were
the
taken, when
Holocaust.
70% of the entire Gaza Strip supports Hamas and supports the October 7th attack. Oh, poor Palestinians. Oh, they're all innocent. Please save the little children. But then when you have a few Israelis with a fucking Telegram group cheering about the fucking deaths of some Palestinians, Israel's all evil. But when you actually look at fucking, when you look at research statistics on the support for Hamas and support for the October 7th attacks, with 70% supporting the October 7th attack in Gaza, oh, they're all innocent. Oh, save the children. Weird double standard.
The saddest thing is the inverse of everything that you've claimed is so wildly disproportionate when it comes to Israel. The amount of people that are in Israel that are in favor of the war and the way the war is carrying out is much more than what's in Gaza. Way
Yeah,
more
no
people.
shit, because they just fucking experienced the worst mass murder since the Holocaust.
So yeah, that's a really cute talking point. But do you know what's a better one? Is the fact that you take that number and you compare it to the amount of Palestinians that have
Yeah,
been
whose
killed
fault is
by
that?
Israel.
Whose fault is that?
Israel.
Whose fault is
Every
that?
fucking time. Israel.
No, it's Hamas. Hamas is the
No,
one who
it's-
made did the October 7th attack. They're the ones who fucking instigated the second Intifada when they were fucking given a land for peace deal. And by the way, the Palestinians are the ones who started the whole Israeli war of independence in the first place. Whose fucking fault is it for any of this? Oh, it's always the Jews' fault.
Isn't it interesting that it's always, they did a little attack, so now let's do fucking 100 times worse. And
yeah,
then,
no shit. It has to be that
it was
way.
Hamas's
Yeah. By the
fault.
way,
Yeah.
this proportionality bullshit is fucking
who thinks like
retarded.
that? You know who
No,
thinks
no,
like
no,
that
no,
is
no,
a
no, no. This
scared
proportionality
little
bullshit is
coward.
fucking retarded. Okay,
Cowards
guess
think
how
like
many
that.
American civilians died in World War II? Fucking 0.
Cowards.
Guess how many fucking German civilians died in World War II? 500,000. Oh, America committed a genocide during World War II. It's disproportionate. America should have killed no German civilians. They shouldn't have even gotten involved in the war because look how many German civilians died. Like, this is fucking
That's
retarded. No shit. If you
I-
have a national security threat, you have 30 to 40,000 terrorists who are committed to
okay.
fucking wiping out your entire fucking race.
That's
No
cute.
shit. If they attack you and 1,200 Israeli civilians die, and you're trying to ensure the national security of your nation, it's obviously going to result in a disproportionate fucking attack. What, you're telling me that Israel can only kill 1,200 Palestinian civilians after an attack that killed 1,200 Israeli civilians? You know what? Maybe Israel should take down the Iron Dome so that all the fucking rockets that Hamas shoots into Israel, it'll kill more Israeli civilians so that they'll have the justification to kill more Palestinian civilians. Is that the way it should be?
Are you okay? You're done now. That's good. Okay, you're done. That's fun. That was great. That was fantastic. So you're so for 1,200 people, 40,000 plus is okay. But anyways, let's
wait. Yeah, wait. If the Nazis killed 1,200 Jews, would you be okay with eliminating 40,000 Nazis?
You went more. If you use the inverse, we should knock the fuck out of all of Israel for everything they've done to Palestinians. So just
everything they've done to Palestinians. You mean as a result of them fucking suicide bombing, attacking, stabbing fucking innocent civilians, shooting people, launching rockets? You mean that?
It's always the weirdest projection because for everything you claim, Israel's done the same thing 10 to 100 times more. And that's the one thing that Zionists
No. Look. This entire fucking conflict is entirely the Palestinians' fault. They are the ones who always initiate the fucking violence. So if you have a fucking problem with Israel attacking Gaza over the fucking October 7th attack, then you should be condemning Hamas.
What do you think the conflict
Look,
is?
this is fucking retarded. Are you against the invasion? Are you against the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan because the Twin Towers strike killed 1,500 people and that resulted in tens of thousands of more fucking deaths in Afghanistan when the U.S. invaded? Like, what is this proportionality bullshit? If the Twin Tower attack would justify the invasion of Afghanistan, then how in the fuck, how in the fuck could you say Israel's in the wrong here?
You're so scared of everything.
Oh, okay, so dipshit, are you against the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan? Yes or no? Are you against the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan? Yes or no?
Yes. So
you are. You think the U.S. never should have invaded Afghanistan after 1,500 American civilians were killed?
No, I don't. So there's your response.
Okay, so wait.
No,
what's the basis for that? What's the basis for that? What's the basis for that?
Stop looking for your way out.
What's the basis for that?
Let me go with some.
What's the basis for that? What about Pearl Harbor? Are you against the U.S. involvement in World War II because of Pearl Harbor?
Am I against them fucking nuking Hiroshima? Yeah.
Are you? No. I'm not talking about that specifically. Are you against the U.S. involvement in World War II because of Pearl Harbor?
No. But there's a difference between involvement and response. It's the whole fucking thing that I'm saying. Regardless.
Okay, so 500,000 German civilians dying. You're cool with that?
I'm not cool with civilians dying, period. That's why I have the position that I have. You, on the other hand, is okay with one civilian.
Well, clearly you are. So, wait. In the World War II example, you're fine with U.S. involvement in World War II, which ultimately led to 500,000 German civilians dying. Those are acceptable losses for you. But
Being fine
again,
with
but the
being
U.S.
fine
invasion
with-
of Afghanistan, that's not
You're just putting words-
acceptable to you.
You're just putting my words in my mouth, and you're not letting me talk. So you could just either just keep ranting. Or let a person-
Okay, go blah. Look, talk about the fucking children and how it's a genocide. Go on.
Don't even have to do that. Don't even have to do that. Jesus Christ. I'm okay with the response. It's just a level of responsibility that's happening. Okay, back to what I'm trying to fucking ask.
Let's talk about the response.
No,
This is the root of this seems to be the root of the problem, that you seem to have an issue with how Israel's responding. Tell us, how should Israel have responded to a genocidal regime that is committed to committing more attacks like October 7th indefinitely until their entire race is exterminated? How should Israel have responded?
Israel is a genocidal regime. So
how should Israel have responded? How should Israel have responded?
Non-genocidally.
How? Yeah, so explain.
One, they should not have cut off food to 2.
They didn't cut off food.
Million.
They didn't cut off food. You can look at the daily average. You can look at the daily averages of food coming in. There is no fucking evidence that Israel is fucking starving anybody.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't. The daily average is something like 110, 120 food trucks per day. So no, there's no fucking evidence.
Can you just stop steamrolling and just fucking engage in a conversation?
Great. Okay, great.
You had this conversation with me before.
Yeah.
Listen,
so again,
there was 500
explain.
trucks going in there.
Okay, go on. Explain how Israel should have handled this.
I'm explaining. There was 500 trucks going into Gaza before that.
No, there wasn't. No, there wasn't a 500 daily average. No, that's a lie.
I
can explain why that's a fucking lie. I can explain why that's a fucking lie. I can explain why that's a lie. You're spreading a fucking stupid bullshit lie.
Most of it was food, and then the other trucks were for other things and other necessities.
Yeah, and that's fucking true. You can look at the fucking data. So if you actually look at the fucking data that's posted by organizations like UNRWA, pre October 7th, they were actually separating out food for human beings and food for animals. They were also working on a working day average. After the October 7th attack, they actually changed their standards. Rather than looking at all food going into Gaza, they were only separate. They were combining both animal feed and human feed. They were also doing shady shit with construction materials. They were actually adding up all fucking aid going into Gaza. That included construction materials, that included animal feed, that included human food. Then post October 7th, they completely changed their standards, where now they're only including fucking human food. They're not lumping in construction materials and animal feed together, and they're going by a 7-day average, not a working day average. So they're multiplying. Okay. So they're multiplying the amount of fucking trucks going in by a factor of 7 over 5. And then they round up to the highest number, which is 500. So that statistic is a complete and utter fucking lie. If you actually look at the fucking food going into Gaza pre-October 7th, actual human food, it's actually less than the current amount of food trucks that are going into Gaza right now.
You know how many crossings they've closed throughout the year?
Okay, that's great. That has nothing to fucking do with anything I just said.
Are you telling me they put more trucks through the crossings?
Yes, there are now more food trucks, actual human food trucks, going into Gaza as a working day average than pre-war.
This is going to be so embarrassing when people cross-check it.
That's great. Yeah. I'm sure it will be.
Why do you genuinely think that the food programs, international agencies, the International Court of Justice...
I don't care about any of that bullshit. So, again, why don't you explain some more what Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
So you don't think that they've...
I don't fucking care. Why don't you go on to explain what else Israel should have done after October 7th?
Not bomb houses with people in them.
Okay, so what should they have done?
I've had a military plan. How about having a military plan in the first place with an actual achievable goal? Would that be an idea?
Do you understand this is question begging? I'm asking you what they should have done. They should have done something else. Okay, what should they have done? Well, they should have done something else.
Here's a statement. Figure out where
Tell
people
me
are.
the fucking military strategy and plan that they should have fucking
They
engaged
should
in.
have had a fucking plan. That's
Okay,
what they should
well,
have engaged.
clearly they do have a fucking plan. They're executing it right
No,
now, and
they
you're
didn't.
fucking
They
complaining
didn't.
about it.
They have
So
no
again,
plan.
this is just question begging. Explain to me, what is since you're a fucking military expert and you're telling me I don't understand war, tell me, what should the plan have been? What should they have fucking done? Don't just say, well, they should have had a plan. Well, again, I can ask you, what should the plan have been? And then you're going to say, well, they should have had a plan. Okay, what should the plan have been? Well, they should have had a plan. Are you going to fucking answer?
This is my understanding of what Israel's plan was. We must.
I don't
eliminate
care
the
about what
law.
Israel's plan was. Tell me what they should have done in response to October 7th.
I just fucking did. I said they should have a plan. They should figure out what
Okay,
they're
fuck
actually-
off, dude. You're a fucking idiot.
You're
One last
running,
chance.
you're running,
One
you're
last
running.
chance, or I'm booting you from the fucking server. Tell
Why are
me
you running?
what
What-
Israel should have done in response to October 7th. Don't just tell me they should have had a fucking plan, because that's not a fucking answer. So tell me, what should Israel have fucking done?
You're not letting me finish my sentence.
No. Last chance. Last chance. What should Israel have done?
Targeted Hamas militants where they knew that they were.
Oh, okay, that's what they're fucking doing. That's why they have the fucking AI system. That's why they're using satellite imaging. That's why they're fucking doing all this fucking shit to target Hamas militants. So,
You know how they
again,
generated targets? You know how they generated targets?
yeah, they
You know
use
how
the
they-
fucking AI system and yeah, blah blah blah. That's great. That's great. That's fucking fantastic. So we've already
10%,
established they're targeting
10%
Hamas.
inact-
We
10%
already know they're
inaccuracy.
targeting Hamas. So
don't even know
again,
if they were
you're not
Hamas.
answering the fucking question. How
just
should
did.
they have conducted these military operations? We know they're targeting Hamas. You're just the only issue that you have is that they're not doing enough to minimize civilian casualties. So again, you're not answering my question. What should
saying
they
they're
have
not doing
done
that. They're not-
instead of what they're doing now?
They're not doing anything to fucking minimize casualties.
That's
They've gone
great.
after
So
hospitals.
again, tell
They've
me,
gone
what
to
weapon
universities.
systems should they have used? What type of military strategy should they have used? Explain what they should have done.
What's that word that you? What you're
Dude,
doing?
all you're doing is
You're
saying they
sea-lining.
should have done a better job.
You're
What should they have done instead? Tell me, what should they have done? Since you're such a fucking military expert and you're saying Israel's doing this wrong, they're doing this wrong, then tell me what should they have done instead?
They should have conducted their operation the way that other moral militaries.
Okay,
do.
so again, you're not answering the question. You're just saying, well, they should have done it like other militaries would have. Okay, then what would other militaries have done? Give me a fucking answer.
I have, Richard. You're not,
No,
you're
no,
just
no,
looking-
no, no, you haven't.
You're looking
No, you
for a reason
haven't.
to
All
run
you've
away.
said
You're
is,
looking for a reason to run
all
away.
you've said is
You're
they
looking-
should have done a better job. That's not answering the question. What should
looking for a
they have
reason to run
done?
away.
Give me a step-by-step recommendation of what Israel should have done. What type of weapon systems should they have used? What type of targeting techniques should they have used? What type of military troops should they have used? Should they have used armored vehicles? Like, tell me, what should they have done?
Okay, so first off, they knew where Hamas people were because they had their cell phones, so they knew their locations, they knew where they were going. If they knew they were leaving the house during the day, they knew where they were going, so they would have been going to any of their bases, to their tunnels. So they could have used that AI information to track the fucking phones of where the people were going.
Yeah,
The
because
same
I'm
way
sure
you-
they
the
I'm
same
sure
way-
they don't do that right now. Okay, so
The same-
they're already
Well,
they're
they did
already
that-
doing the shit right now. The
Then
most
why were they
reliable
targeting
way.
them at home?
Yeah,
Why were they targeting
because that's the
them at
most
home then?
reliable way to kill them without endangering more civilians.
The most reliable way to kill them without endangering civilians is instead of following to where they're doing their military operations, wait for them till they're at
What do you
home
mean?
and then
They
kill
do
everybody
their
at
military
house.
operations in civilian areas. They're in civilian infrastructures. If they're in their terror tunnels, they're probably underneath a fucking hospital. So you're telling me they should use like massive high explosive bunker busting bombs that can penetrate 15, 20, 30 feet underground to kill one Hamas
kidding?
official that's underneath a
They
fucking
already-
hospital? Like, are you fucking
They already-
retarded?
They already wiped out fucking all the hospitals. Are you joking?
Okay, great. So, according to you, they're doing
how many
exactly what they
functional
should have been. They should have been tracking Hamas officials, waiting for them to go outside of their home, wait for them to go under fucking terror tunnels or infrastructure that they embed in civilian infrastructure, and then use the most high explosive possible to penetrate up to 50 feet underground, underneath a fucking hospital, so that mass amounts of fucking civilians die. That's your recommendation?
That's your words. That's your words.
No,
Why don't
that's
they go
your
in the tunnels
words.
themselves?
That's
Why don't they go
your
in the tunnels?
words.
If they know where the tunnels are, why don't they go in the tunnels themselves?
Okay, so do you wanna go join the fucking IDF and go in a fucking terror tunnel that could be fucking booby trapped, that can have Hamas officials underground, where you're gonna get shot up, blown up, shot with fucking grenades or something? Is that the best strategy? Is that the best strategy?
Sounds like from everything you said, Israel is just a bunch of cowards that'll use bombs instead of anything
Oh,
else.
Israel's the cowards, right? That's why Hamas uses these fucking terror tunnels. That's why they use civilian shields. But Israel's the cowards. Okay, join the IDF and show them what true heroism and bravery is. Go into a fucking terror tunnel and get your ass blown up and show everyone how brave you are.
You know, the counter to this is you're saying that Hamas should use their military bases. How would you fight if you were occupied? Where would you fight
I'm
from?
sorry. If I were occupied, I sure as fuck wouldn't build like terror tunnels and fucking military bases underneath fucking hospitals, because I'm not a fucking coward who hides behind fucking civilians.
So you asked me about responses. So how do you think Hamas should have responded to...
Okay, so you're telling me Hamas is doing exactly what they should do. They should build terror tunnels underneath civilian infrastructure. They should keep weapon caches. They should keep military troops in apartment buildings, in hospitals, in mosques, so that the IDF is disincentivized to target them because civilians are there. So they're doing exactly what they should do.
What people might not realize what you're saying here is, where would Hamas fight from? And you can't answer that because you know there's nowhere that they're allowed to have.
Look,
to fight
there
from.
there are many ways that Hamas could actually minimize civilian casualties.
Give an
They
example of
could.
where Hamas
So
would fight from.
well, listen. They could have made underground bunkers for civilians, ask people to evacuate, and if they absolutely had to use civilian buildings, so if they had to launch rockets from hospitals, from mosques, they could just tell civilians to evacuate the area, go into these fucking bunkers, and minimize civilian casualties, but they don't do that. They deliberately set up these... They don't do that. They tell civilians to stay indoors, stay in these apartment buildings. Hamas members have actually admitted on camera during interrogation that they hold civilians at gunpoint, tell them to stand on rooftops where rockets are being fired from, because they know IDF drones and surveillance systems will see civilians, and it will disincentivize them to actually target those buildings. So,
you think interrogation is credible from the IDF?
Yes, it is, because they don't use fucking torture techniques.
They don't use torture techniques.
They don't use torture techniques to force confessions. They do not use torture techniques to force confessions.
Can we roll back to the point of our conversation where you admitted to their fucking... to the way that they treat people in their detention centers?
That is not the fucking same thing as using pain compliance techniques to force a confession. That is not the same thing as using pain compliance techniques to force a confession.
People in most detention centers...
Yeah, I don't fucking care. So again, yeah, great, blah, blah, blah. So again, tell us about what Israel should have fucking done in response to October 7th. Tell us what Israel should have done in response to October 7th.
You're running away. You're saying that they don't torture.
Can you?
People,
Yeah. So can you give me evidence that that Israel uses torture during interrogations? Mind presenting any of that evidence?
You've already conceded.
Do you mind presenting any evidence that Israel uses torture during interrogations?
You've already conceded.
Do you mind showing me any evidence that Israel uses torture during interrogations?
If you want to wait, sure.
Do you? Okay, great. So show us that evidence, or shut the fuck up.
So do you want to wait? So we can go back to points in our conversation where we talked. So you did.
Yeah. So again, explain what Israel should have done instead during the conflict. So we covered the aid trucks. That was bullshit. They're not starving anybody. We covered them targeting Hamas officials. Again, your recommendation is fucking stupid.
No,
and
no,
it would
no,
result
they
in
are
more civilian
they
casualties.
they are
So
starving
what else?
people. And they are starving people. Anybody thinks otherwise is a fucking
Great.
idiot. And the fact-
That's great. That's great. Yeah, 32
so
starvation deaths, but there's mass starvation. Okay. So
that's not starvation. That's an interesting.
Oh, 32 people out of 2 million. Oh, it's mass starvation, everybody. The entire population is going to die from malnutrition. It's mass starvation. 32 people in total since the beginning of the war. So, great. That's debunked. So, we've covered the fucking starvation. That's bullshit. We covered them targeting Hamas officials in their homes. That's fucking stupid. So, tell us more about what the IDF should have fucking done in response to October 7th.
Did the ICJ, yes or no, issue orders saying that Israel's not meeting its standards to get humanitarian?
I don't fucking care. So that has nothing to do with what I just asked you.
Is that a yes or no?
What
Well, no,
should I don't fucking care. What should Israel have done in response to October 7th? That has nothing to do with what I just asked you. What should Israel have done in response to October 7th?
Well, if you're lying, then I think
what should Israel have done in response to October 7th?
Okay, so Richard's lying. So just everybody's clear.
What should Israel have done in response to October 7th?
What should Hamas have done in response to 2023 being the deadliest year for Palestinians in the West Bank before October 7th?
Okay, so Hamas is mostly located in Gaza. There are Hamas operations located in the West Bank. Guess what? The reason why there's IDF operations and Palestinians getting killed in the West Bank is because of fucking terror attacks. So if you want to blame anybody for Israel going in and fucking shooting people and killing Palestinians and capturing prisoners, then blame fucking Hamas, blame the fucking terror attacks.
So blame Hamas for that aren't in the West Bank for Israel killing
Hamas is in the West Bank. You can look at the amount of fucking terror attacks that occur out of the West Bank. Hamas takes responsibility for almost all of them. So Hamas is in both the West Bank and Gaza. It's just that most of them are located within Gaza.
Okay, and how many people died in those terror?
So again, tell us, what should Israel have done in response to October 7th?
They should have responded.
That's not an answer. That's question begging. So again, what should Israel have done in response to October 7th?
Less than they've done now. Like, I don't know.
Okay, that's not an answer. You claim to be a military expert. You claimed I didn't know anything about war. So tell me, what should Israel have done in response to October 7th?
They should have went in with the plan to get Hamas militants.
That's not an answer. Please explain. Yeah, so explain what. No, that isn't. That isn't an answer. You know what? This is like me saying, "Oh yeah, Israel should have like not killed a single civilian, and they should have just only killed Hamas members." That's not an answer.
That's the goal, right?
That's a fantasy. That's a fantasy. How is that objective going to be accomplished? How is that objective going to be accomplished? Explain to me how that objective is going to be accomplished.
Explain to me how they're even attempting to accomplish that when they've killed more children in this.
Avi, by the way, Avi just messaged me. Apparently 13.7% of structures are destroyed. 6.8% of structures are severely damaged. 17.2% of structures are moderately damaged, and 12.1% of structures are possibly damaged. Thus, by the best available data, 37.9% of buildings are confirmed damaged or destroyed, with 50% of the structures confirmed as damaged nor destroyed. 12.1% of structures are in question under the category of possibly damaged. That is UNOSAT data. That is from that's from UNOSAT data. The source is UNOSAT.
You just said 50% damaged.
Yeah, so about 50% of structures are confirmed as neither damaged nor destroyed. So 37.9% of buildings are confirmed, and of the remaining percent, 12.1% of structures are in question. And the source is UNOSAT.
Structures, so not homes.
That's not homes specifically, that's structures.
Yeah, and I said homes specifically, but also if 50% are confirmed not destroyed or what was it? 50% what?
50% are confirmed as not destroyed.
Okay, so then 50% are confirmed at the very least, damaged.
So again, what should Israel
The
have
inverse.
done in response to October 7th?
no,
And don't just tell
no,
me
I mean,
they shouldn't have killed a
let's
single
hang on-
civilian and they should only have killed Hamas.
let's hang
That's
on-
not an
let's hang on-
explanation of the types of military activities they should have been doing.
Why
So
are
tell
you
me,
moving on so quick? You took time to be like, oh, Avi's got a cute little stat, and then you said that, oh, it's only 50% that are damaged. So is that was the big win?
yeah, great. So tell me, what should Israel have done in response to October 7th?
I just said take some sort of measures to.
Yeah, okay, so
minimize
that's not an
civilian
answer. So
casualties.
basically, you're just saying I don't know.
I said
You're
a
just saying
res- I
I
said a
don't know.
response-
All you're
saying the same
saying is Israel should have done better. That's not an
Your-
explanation. That's not an
your
explanation
question-
of what.
your
So if you're going to
question
say
there,
they
though.
should have done better, then you should know that there is some sort of other conduct that they could have done that would have improved the outcome. So tell me, should they
There
have used
is.
different
I
missile
just
systems?
fucking did.
Should they have
I
used
just
different
told- I
targeting
told you that a
methods?
million times. I
No,
told
you
you that a
didn't.
million
No, you
fucking
didn't.
times. Yes, I
We've
did.
gone through some of them. You were recommending that wait for Hamas to go to their terror tunnels where you'd have to use much higher explosive loads that would result in far more civilian casualties. So that was a
Fucking
stupid
gen-
recommendation.
if you're- No,
so
it's
again,
not. If you're
tell me,
that's your conclusion. If you're a genocidal fucking maniac, is to bomb the fucking buildings to get to stuff under the ground.
you
which you're
literally
not-
just said wait for them to go to their terror tunnels. Their terror
Yeah,
tunnels
and-
are up
and
to 50
go-
feet
Go
underground.
in the fucking tunnels.
Okay,
Go with the
so
entrance.
right, so just have massive attritional losses for the Israeli military. That's your answer?
That would be the case if you're going into a
Okay, so
heavily
you're
civilized
fucking
area,
retard.
you're trying to
Okay,
get it-
so basically, your argument for how Israel should have conducted military operations in Gaza is die. Go into the terror tunnels and just die.
Richard, how many militaries in the world, when they're in a war, have used ground troops? Would you say it's safe to say?
Yeah.
that most
So,
have used ground
guess
troops?
what? Guess what? In Vietnam.
No.
No. A similar
How many
similar
ground
issue happened in Vietnam where the Viet Cong had an underground tunnel system. They did a very similar thing. Guess what the main method of dealing with these terror tunnels was? Using fucking high explosives to blow up the underground tunnel system. That was the main
those were in the
method they
middle of-
used.
And that whole thing went well, right? That's known as like a
Well,
gold
it's
standard
better
for
than just going into the tunnels and dying.
No, come on, tell me. Vietnam was known as a gold standard for civilian care.
I'm not talking about the overall fucking war. I'm talking about how the U.S. had to deal with things like terror tunnels, something similar to what the Israeli troops are dealing with in Gaza. Guess what? The only way to deal with it, the only way to deal with this is either closing off some of the tunnel entrances with explosives, or using high explosives to penetrate deep enough underground to collapse the tunnels, which is what Israel is doing. They're also using some plastic bombs to close off some of the tunnels. They've tried to flood the tunnels with seawater. They're also doing that. But again, your argument for what Israel should have done in Gaza is go into the tunnels and fucking die. The tunnel systems are extremely extensive. They're extremely complex. They stretch for tens of kilometers. You can't just block off every fucking tunnel.
You just said they were dealing with tunnels. So the definite response was not to bomb as much as possible within the first couple of weeks and have that amount of civilian casualties.
They didn't bomb as much as possible. If they wanted to bomb as much as possible, Gaza would be a parking lot.
No, because they're literally right fucking next to it. And so are other countries.
What do you mean right next to it? There's a blockade around Gaza. There's practically no Israel civilians living around Gaza. They're several kilometers away. So no, if they wanted to turn Gaza into a fucking parking lot, they could have. They could have they could have used a fucking nuclear bomb and not killed a single Israeli civilians. There aren't any Israeli civilians living within Gaza.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. They would be impacted by a nuke.
No, they wouldn't.
Yes,
I
they
think the
would.
closest Israel settlements next to Gaza are like 1.5 kilometers away.
So how did they get all the people on October 7th?
Yeah, they flew in and used fucking cars to go to these really small Israeli towns, and the music festival was happening very close by as well.
The funniest thing about all of this is that everyone on your side claims that Hamas is such a threat to Israel. knowing full well that Hamas has been trying their damnedest for however long they have, and the only time
Right.
they've
Okay.
ever
So I guess these, occasional terror attacks where 1,200 people die. That's just, that's just what you have to deal with if you're Jewish.
You know what you don't do.
Well, that's just what you have to deal with if you're Jewish. A bus blowing up, your entire family being murdered. That's just what you have to deal with being Jewish. Like every few months or few years, 1,200 people here or there are gonna have to die. You're a Jew. You're a Jew. You don't deserve to live. You're a fucking Jew. So just let Hamas exist. Just occasionally, a couple thousand of you are gonna die. You're a Jew.
Nazis like Richard be like,
well, you're a Jew. Well, you've convinced me. If you're a Jew, then your entire family might die. That's just what you have to deal with.
15,000 kids. How many Jewish people have died since the conception of this compared to how many Palestinians have died, Richard?
I don't fucking care. Guess what? If you're fucking stupid and you want to fuck around and find out, then go attack the IDF and see what the fuck happens. Fuck around and find out.
What do you think what happens when you occupy an entire people?
Oh, occupy. Okay, well, the initial partition plan wasn't going to displace any Arabs. The Arabs at the time were under a fucking authority that was extremely fucking anti-Semitic. They were actually helping the Nazis recruit for the SS. They just hated the fucking idea of Jews having their own state around a land that they considered to be under Muslim rule. So they were the ones who went to war with the fucking Jews. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Occupying force.
What happened to the 800,000 Palestinians that got displaced?
They fucked around and found out.
No, they didn't. They were just there, and they said if you stay, you're going to get killed. So they left.
No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. A lot of the reason for the displacement was actually because of Palestinians. So what they ended up doing was they were fucking trying to get support from countries like Jordan by lying to everybody, saying Israel is going from town to town, shooting and raping Palestinian civilians, and then that freaked people the fuck out, and then they fled. And no shit, because Palestinians decided to go to war with Israel. Israel was obviously going to have to overtake territory for their security.
Are you an idiot? They were living there, Richard. And then they got displaced.
Yeah, because they started a war. Because they started a war. No shit. If you start a war, you're going to get displaced. And again, the reason why so many Arabs got displaced was because they were spreading lies about what Israel was fucking doing,
Richard,
mass murdering and raping fucking Palestinians, and then that freaked people out and they fled.
What does destiny teach you? You realize that people.
That's great.
Did European Jews come from Europe and move to Israel?
Okay.
So what happened to the people that were living there before?
What? Like, are you saying Jews physically? Is this like? Is this
quote unquote?
Two objects can't occupy the same space, so it's the law of displacement. If a Jew moves in, a Palestinian has to move out. Is that how that works?
That's literally like what's happening all the time in the settlements.
Oh my god, you're a fucking retard. You're
what
fucking.
Are you talking about?
If we allow immigrants to come in from Mexico, that's going to displace Americans. We can't let Mexicans come in because that's going to push white people out.
If one day Texas decided that like they were going to move to Mexico and then they took over half of it and pushed half the Mexicans out and their
most of the fucking territory that Israel was going to be given in the partition plan was unoccupied fucking swampland. So that idea is fucking retarded.
That's the biggest cop out ever.
No, it isn't. Most of it was unoccupied, undeveloped fucking swampland.
For people without the land. Give me a fucking break. Look at Palestine in fucking 1930s, bro. That was a fucking thriving community.
Well, that's great. It's a thriving community of anti-Semites who fucking hate Jews, who hate women, who kill gay people. So that's fucking great. You know what? I'm glad Jews fucking went there and displaced them because they're obviously unreasonable, violent fucking people.
What do you think about what happened to the First Nations people here in Canada? Is that your same opinion of them?
Some of them. Certainly.
The
Some
ones that fought back, right?
No, some of them,
Or the
what was
existing
it?
ones?
The Comanches, they were fucking horrible. They were just torturing people like fucking absolute maniacs. So yeah, absolutely, some of them were going to war and fighting other tribes. They were fucking murdering anybody who came anywhere near their fucking territory and killing them in the most fucking barbaric ways imaginable. There were
So
some
what happened to
peaceful
them?
tribes that were displaced. And that's obviously horrible. But like, again, when you're talking about fucking tribes of people that were committing tribal genocide and were fucking torturing and murdering other people in the most barbaric ways imaginable, like burying people next to an anthill and cutting out their fucking eyelids, yeah, fucking displace them, get them the fuck out of there.
And genocide them, I guess that's the so that you're saying that was happening between Palestinians at the time? In the
No,
1930s?
no.
They were just savages. and
Again,
needed
what
to be
happened
displaced?
was, if you look at the fucking original partition plans, there was no plan to displace any Arabs. Israel was going to have a massive Arab minority. So there was never any
literally-
fucking plan to displace Arabs.
At the
The only
beginning-
reason the Arabs went to war with the Jews was because they just hated Jews and hated the idea of Jews occupying what they considered to be a rightful Muslim majority. They just didn't want to have any kind of Jewish rule there. That's the only fucking reason they went to war. There was never any risk of displacement.
Richard. David Ben-Gurion said, "We must expel Arabs and take their places." This quote is from the letter to his
That's
son,
fucking
Amos
great.
David,
That's fucking great.
October
If you
5th,
actually look at that's great. If you actually
October
look at the
5th,
partition plan,
1937.
I don't fucking care if you can find a single quote from some random dickhead who doesn't have ultimate power over like the
random
partition
dickhead,
plan
yeah.
and the Israeli Authority. So again, if you look at the original partition plan and what was planned for Israel, they were never planning to expel any Arabs. Israel was going to have a massive Arab minority, and it still does. About 20% of Israel is Arab.
That's massive. That's massive.
That's a huge minority. That's bigger than I think any single minority in the US or Canada.
Can they marry Israeli?
Yeah, they can.
Jewish? Can they marry Jewish Israelis?
Yes, they can. They have the exact same rights as Israeli Jews.
So if they move away from there for a certain amount of years, do they lose their citizenship?
I don't know.
Are they allowed to
Depends.
come back?
I don't know.
People in the West Bank allowed
I'm
to go
pretty-
into Israel and vote?
Well, no, they're not fucking. They're not Israeli citizens. They're in the fucking West Bank.
Okay, so there's two kind of.
They're not Israeli
Human-
citizens. They're in the West Bank. They're under the Palestinian Authority.
Do you think the West Bank is an apartheid?
No.
No.
On what basis is an apartheid?
So do you think they go anywhere?
On what basis is an apartheid?
Can they go anywhere they want to? Are there checkpoints?
Yeah, they can.
Is there-
It's just that there's security checkpoints, again, because of fucking Hamas and terrorist attacks. So, again, fuck around, find out. If you want to blow up buses, if you want to murder fucking Israeli civilians and attack fucking pregnant women with knives, guess what? You're probably going to have fucking security checkpoints.
Do they have the same status as people in Jerusalem? As Jews in the area?
They're not fucking Israeli citizens.
So they're separate. Are they part of their own
Yeah,
state
no
then?
shit. They're not Israeli citizens. And no,
So who
they
can-
don't have their own state because every fucking time they were offered their own state, they rejected it.
So they're occupied.
I guess you can call it that if you want. And I wonder why they're occupied. I wonder if it has anything to do with the fucking terrorist attacks. I wonder if it has anything to do with the war they started. I wonder if it has anything to do with them rejecting every fucking land for peace deal they were ever offered. Gee, I wonder why.
So who
Oh,
controls
no, I figured it out. Jews are all evil.
Who controls the checkpoints?
Israel, obviously. Israel has given some responsibility to the Palestinian Authority. Palestinian Authority also deals with some of these checkpoints and policing. But
why is the
again,
Palestinian Authority-
Israel has the interest of national security. So again, if Israeli civilians are the ones who have to go on a bus and be worried about a fucking Palestinian blowing up the entire bus and killing people, guess what? Fuck around and find out. If you want to commit acts of fucking terrorism, then yeah, you're probably going to have to deal with fucking security checkpoints. Again, all of this could be solved if they didn't commit acts of terrorism, if they didn't fucking keep saying, from the river to the sea, we'll be free, and actually accepted land for peace deals. They're actually going to be given Jerusalem in the last land for peace deal. Oh, fuck that! Fuck that! We want everything from the river to the sea. Antifada. Palestine will be free. Oh, well, where? There's checkpoints. Oh, where? Israel doesn't like us bombing buses. Where?
So the settlers in the West Bank violently expel Palestinians from their homes?
Yeah, they do that when they commit acts of violence.
Or do they just do that when they want to?
They do that when they commit acts of violence.
Are they held accountable for doing that, or is the IDF?
So I will say this: there is a lack of accountability with the IDF. That is a problem. But again, all of these problems could be fucking solved if Palestinians stopped with the fucking terrorism, stopped with this Antifada bullshit, and accepted land for peace deals. Again. Yes, there are fucking problems with any fucking policing force, any military force. You're obviously going to have issues with a lack of accountability. But again, all of these problems could be solved if they would accept land for peace deals, if they would stop fucking committing bus bombings. Why does all of the responsibility land on fucking Israel? Again, it's like Israel has to fucking deal with a mentally retarded person who's trying to kill themselves and other people. What are you supposed to do?
It's almost like they're occupying people that they don't give.
Occupy, settler, colonialism, all the buzzwords. I've heard all this before.
You've kind of admitted that's what it is under your own definition. So the U.S., whenever the U.S. gets questioned about these things happening to civilians, they all say that it's up to Israel and they're doing investigations on themselves. When Israel investigates itself, from what I've seen, I don't think an Israeli soldier has spent more than.
Yeah, I know. I know. I would agree with you. There's a lack of accountability. There's
that
very
like
sus
zero
things.
Accountability.
Yeah, there's a lack of accountability. I think the longest sentence that's ever been given was 3 years. One person got a 20-year sentence, but they got a pardon. They're out in like 3 years. There's a lack of accountability. It's obvious why these sorts of things happen. It's kind of like when the police have to investigate themselves.
But
and
do you
police
think the
usually
US,
get a slap
you think
on the wrist.
US has done war crimes, right?
Yeah, they absolutely have. You will see war crimes committed by any nation. And again, within these structures, you're going to see a lack of accountability. But again, the overall problem that is starting all this bullshit is the behavior of the Palestinians. Again, if they were to have accepted the partition plan, none of this would have been a problem. They would have been granted Israeli citizenship, and they would have been living in much better conditions than they have now. That's why you see so many fucking Palestinians saying, "Oh, we want the original partition plan now. Oh, please." And again, then when you fucking try to grant them these land for peace deals, they say, "Oh, fuck it, we want all of it." And then Antifada, bus bombings, rocket attacks, that's the fundamental fucking problem. You can criticize the Israeli military and lack of accountability and war crimes and shit like that. But again, acting as if Israel is just evil is fucking retarded.
So I haven't been challenging you on those points because I disagree that they were fair deals or even reasonable deals. I think they were all heavily in Israel's favor, and then all of them that involved the PA looking over the people of Gaza. The PA essentially just acts as the fucking watchdogs for the IDF, and that's why people aren't in favor of it. I don't care about litigating that at all. So for the U.S., there was a sergeant.
I don't care. I don't care.
They killed 16 civilians.
I don't fucking care. I don't care. None of that has to do with fucking Israel Palestine. That's great.
You got life in prison. Well, you're trying to equate Israel as being a moral army. That's something.
Yeah, that's fucking great. I don't fucking care.
But you've already.
Yeah, that's fucking great. Great. American military has more accountability. Great.
You're talking about you're mad about people demonizing the IDF. But you're saying that they don't hold themselves accountable for any of their war crimes. They don't investigate.
Well, look, there's like you could look at the issue that happened with Bradley Manning or Chelsea Manning now. Look, there's a lack of accountability in every military system. The U.S. military is way larger than the Israeli military. They've also been involved in way more fucking wars. Just on that basis alone, yeah, you'd expect to see longer sentences given out to American troops who were disobeying orders or committed war crimes. I don't fucking care.
So you think there's a big discrepancy between the way that Israel's able to take accountability?
There isn't a big discrepancy. Again, just on the basis of the size of their military and the number of conflicts they've been involved in, you're probably going to see fewer fucking Israeli troops get some sort of punishment for war crimes just on the basis of them not being involved in as many wars and conflicts.
Okay, so then you've seen videos. So all these things we can account for. They've shot and killed hostages waving white flags. They've shot a woman in the head.
The hostage with a white flag thing is a stupid fucking example. What's the other one?
A woman running with the children. She got shot in the head. There was somebody else that got shot in the head while he was doing the investigation.
I don't know what happened with the woman who got shot in the head. I've seen the video, but
you've seen the drone footage.
I've seen the video, but I don't know what exactly happened. That could have been crossfire. I don't know if they were specifically targeted. Who knows?
You've seen the drone footage of the 4 boys that got bombed. Joe Rogan even watched it.
No. Oh my God, the 4 boys that were drowned. First of all, they look like they were military age. They weren't just boys.
Okay, so
they were military. Yes, 16 is military age. They recruit boys. They recruit boys as young as I think fucking 6 years old for suicide bombing attacks. So yes, 16 is military age. I've seen the fucking Joe Rogan video. I know what video you're talking about. I don't know if their age was actually confirmed, but they look like adult men.
What were these kids gonna do? Were they going to go Super Saiyan and Kamehameha fucking Israel from
if they are part of the Hamas military, then they're valid targets. Do you have any evidence that they weren't part of the Hamas military?
So regular militaries
do you have any evidence that they weren't part of Hamas military, yes or no?
Yes, they didn't have any weapons on them.
No, okay, idiot. Just because they didn't have any weapons on them at the time, that doesn't mean they're not Hamas members, and that doesn't mean they're not valid targets. That's not how that fucking works. You can even look at ICJ standards. If somebody is part of the military and they're not in uniform and they're not carrying weapons, they're still valid targets.
So it's valid to drone strike for potential military age
Do you have any evidence that they weren't part of the Hamas military?
Let's say they were. So they're walking in the sand without any weapons.
Yes.
They get drone struck.
Yes.
And blown up to shit.
Yes.
One of them is crawling away to safety.
That's great.
And get killed.
That's great. Yes. They should be blown up and killed if they're part of Hamas.
There are literally 4 kids walking around minding.
4 kids, military age. You just admitted they're around 16. And by the way, I find that very hard to believe. They look like adult age. That's great. That's great. 18 is a fucking kid. Oh, fucking 20 could be considered a kid. I don't fucking care. If they're part of the Hamas military, they are valid targets. Guess what? Kids can fucking kill people. So should Hamas only exclusively recruit children 16 or under so that Israel can't attack them? Is that what you're saying?
So for anybody watching,
should Hamas only recruit kids 16 and under so that the IDF can't target them?
So do you think that instance?
So should Hamas recruit kids that are 16 and under so that Israel can't target them?
I never said that was the case.
You literally just said you shouldn't be able to target kids that are 16, even if they're part of the Hamas militant group.
I'm saying there's no indication they were part of. There's no indication they were part of Hamas.
What do you mean? You don't have Israeli intelligence. You don't have Israeli intelligence. They would have the. You don't have to? Oh, I saw a video on Joe Rogan. Oh, so Israel committed a war crime. That's your fucking evidence?
You're an idiot. I didn't see it on Joe Rogan. I said Joe Rogan covered it. I saw it when it first came out.
That's great. That's great. That's great. So your only evidence is, oh, Israel committed a war crime because they were 16, and I have no other fucking Israeli military intelligence to either confirm or deny that they were valid military targets. Just the fact that they were 16, I know they committed a war crime. So again, I'll ask you again, should Hamas exclusively recruit kids 16 or under so that they can't be targeted by the IDF?
No.
Then what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck does it matter if they're 16?
Christ. They could be any age. They were unarmed people walking and then
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they're unarmed. If they're part of the Hamas militant group, they're valid military targets.
Well, if they're valid, yeah, but there's a way that you could deal with a valid military target other than blowing them to smithereens just because, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
That's
okay.
my point.
Should we shoot them with small arms so that they die slowly and bleed out? Is that the better way?
How about if you can see that they're
They were
unarmed?
literally in the middle of the road. There were no civilians next to them, and they used relatively low-yield explosives to kill them. There was no collateral damage. So you're fucking telling me, oh well, let's just send in the Israeli ground infantry to shoot them with small arms, so that their guts could be ripped apart more slowly and they can bleed out and die slower.
Or you could not kill them.
Oh, okay. Let's just not kill Hamas militants. That's your answer.
Well, you think they do such great things when they get some sort of
You're telling me it's wrong to kill Hamas militants?
You say they treat them very well.
Are you telling me it's a good thing to let Hamas militants live?
I'm saying there's no indication that those are Hamas militants.
Okay, you don't have Israel. Sorry. Hamas doesn't always have weapons on them. They also fight in civilian clothing. So no shit. If you see video footage of anybody getting attacked in Gaza, you're going to assume there's no indication with a 30-second or a minute-long clip. Israel has the intelligence that they have where they determined that these are Hamas militants. So you seeing a minute-long clip online doesn't mean fucking shit. You do not have the intelligence that the Israeli military has on these fucking people. So what the fuck are you talking about? You can see any fucking random clip online of anybody dying, and you're just going to assume that Israel committed a fucking war crime?
You're making it up because when this happened, the IDF said the reason it happened is because they were in a designated kill zone.
Okay. So what's your fucking evidence that they're not Hamas militants?
There was no evidence that they were. And the IDF never claimed that they were either.
Oh my god.
They just,
okay, well, fuck around, find out. If you want to stay in a designated kill zone and not go to a safe zone, fuck around, find out.
Do you think there's no problem with not telling people where those kill zones are?
They do. They tell you where the fucking safe zones are. They give out leaflets. They give out QR codes. They contact buildings. They give out leaflets. So again, fuck around, find out.
Those safe zones where they get killed. That's interesting.
Right. That's why only 35,000 or so people have died and not 2 million, right?
What kind of evidence do you think the prosecutor gave the ICC
I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. No. So again, I'll ask you for the last time, what should the IDF have done in response to October 7th?
Not war crimes.
Okay, well, we're done. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah.
What a fucking idiot. Guy's an absolute moron.
Zerka flirting with 3 16-year-old girls after being unbanned on Kick. They really rip into him.
Alright, I'll check out that video. Thanks for the donation, dude. Thanks for waiting patiently, everybody. You wanted me to debate a fucking pro-Palestinian, but, now I have to get through the donos. Thanks for donating, everybody, while I was debating. Thanks for waiting patiently.
Thank you for your advith, myth to vegan gainth. Talking about my struggles helps me a lot. I'm confident even thumbing very theoryth like my lisp can be overcome with the white advith. Update to follow.
Alright, give me an update on the butthole workout, and, hopefully your lisp gets better. Appreciate the donation, Gator Man.
Well rested tonight? New Frank vids to watch.
Unfortunately, Frank Tefano does not have any new content. I checked right before stream, unless he uploaded in the last, like, couple hours. No. Yeah, unfortunately, Frank has no new content. I'm fairly well rested. I actually did get good sleep last night, and I woke up at a reasonable hour, so hopefully my sleep kind of stays on track. Thanks for that donation, James.
Cat Daddy is back to help pay Richard's rent. Take this $3 hairs and shove it up Jasmine's ass. Then I want you to suck it out of her ass again and spit it into your landlord's mouth. Say there you go faggot and come on his face.
I would love to do that, but I don't think Jasmine will consent to that. Thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy. Dodo donate $2. What an idiot. Can you upload this debate? I guess. Why not? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I think the audio might be fucked. His mic was kind of shitty, but I'll review it and see. Grey Knight donated $2. Take a deep breath before you click this link, but Mike the Vegan is another one. Oh my god. Oh. Holy fucking shit. These people are just absolutely... See, quite a few people are disappointed in my last post. If it makes any difference, I exist because a Polish Jew fled to the US. Seems like a lot of people are justifying it as getting the terrorists. If a building with 2 million people in it had terrorists, you don't bomb the building. It depends on how many fucking terrorists are in the building and how much of a risk they are to public and national safety. Mike the Vegan's a fucking cuck. Just an absolute fucking cuck, dude. Thanks for that donation, Grey Knight.
Hang up on this stupid Islamic terrorist. You can't reason with people who want death to all Jews and want to self-delete in a crowd for Allah.
Dude, it was insane. I literally fucking got him to admit that assuming those people were terrorists, he wouldn't want them killed. Like, what a fucking clown. Thanks for the donation, Outgoat. Sarah donated $2. Why do you not care about innocent Palestinian children being ruthlessly butchered, but you do care about 1,200 Israelis? Makes you wonder. Again, I literally talked about this in my most recent video. Oh, think of the children. Think of the Palestinian children. Oh, they're being butchered by Israelis. Well, guess who's actually responsible for children dying? It's fucking Hamas. They're indoctrinating them into Islamic Jihad, and they're getting them to idolize Hitler so that they'll give their lives to fight for their fucking Islamic jihadist bullshit.
And the Sword of Jerusalem summer camps, run by Hamas and Islamic Jihad. These videos, posted by Memory, the Middle East Media Research Institute, show what the youth of Gaza are doing this summer.
We did not come here to enjoy ourselves or to play, or anything like that. We came with our souls, our blood, our martyrs, and are wounded to sacrifice ourselves for Palestine and for our people.
This promotional video urges students from primary school, high school, and college to participate. In the camp, target practice involves AK-47s, anti-tank weapons, and video simulations.
So that in the next phase, Allah willing, these boys will be able to confront the plundering enemy and disfigure its face in the next war.
We say to the enemy, these children picked up these weapons, and we train them how to use them, as well as how to take security measures, so that they will follow in the footsteps of their fathers and take up arms, Allah willing.
I chose to spend my vacation in the Pioneers of Liberation summer camp in order to continue the path of my father, the martyred commander Walid Shamala Abu Bilal, and in order to strengthen our determination and to liberate Jerusalem, Allah willing.
These young men and boys learn anti-Semitism at an early age.
We asked Hitler why he left some of you alive. He did so in order to show us how wicked you are. We will come to you from under the ground and hammer fear into your hearts, and above the ground we will tear your bodies apart with our rockets. Scram into the shelters, you mice, you sons of Jewish women.
Yeah, oh, think of the children. Well, if you're actually thinking of the children, you don't want Hamas to be finished. So go fuck yourself.
Real tweet from Iranian Supreme Leader. Ain't no way.
Let me take a look. Dear university students in the US, my advice to you is to become familiar with the Quran. Yeah, and I'm sure they'll actually follow his advice. And once they actually read it, they'll realize how fucking stupid they've been. Thanks for the donation, Caleb.
This dude doesn't understand how war works. Go in the tunnels themselves?
Yeah, it's so retarded. His argument for what the Israeli military should have done in response to the October 7th attack is go into the terror tunnels with Israeli troops and just get massacred. Like, what a fucking jackass. Thanks for the donation, Saxby. Caleb, $22. Wait, I think I sent the wrong one. Let me see. That's the same one. You have now formed a branch of the resistance front and have begun an honorable struggle in the face of your government's ruthless pressure, which openly supports Zionists. Yeah, well, what a fucking idiot. Thanks for that donation, Caleb. Dodo donated $2. Next time you debate one of these youth anti-Israel people, you should ask them if they'll be voting for Biden or if they rather Trump get elected so he can nuke Gaza. Yeah, I should have asked him that. Like, these people are so fucking delusional and harebrained. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Vegan Definition donated $2. Is your Zionist Jewish master or boyfriend Avi feeding you your information? Why don't you just invite him to the debate? He's your slave owner, isn't he? Well, I don't know if that would have really helped. I think I was doing a good enough job on my own, and it would have probably bogged down the conversation, and I think Avi's debate style might have also been a bit of a problem. But Avi probably would have done a better job overall if he were to have a long debate with that guy. Maybe I can see if I could host a debate with Avi and that Quest idiot and, see how it goes. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Definition.
I think this guy is an anti-Semite and secret Jew hater. This guy is a Nazi.
This guy's recommendation for Israel is to, well, just go into the terror tunnels and get massacred. Oh, you see terrorists? Don't kill them. Let the terrorists live. That's just something you have to deal with if you're a Jew, just getting killed. Quest is a fucking anti-Semite, clearly. Thanks for the donation, Bill.
Any gaming tonight? Have you tried X-Defiant? I think it's very alright. Love you. Ballsack, 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 sacktown. Piss drinking hoof smackers. Slappy dong slurpin.
We might play some games tonight. I'll have to see. Thanks for the donation, big ol' fat dumb greaseball. I haven't played X-Defiant. The reason I haven't played X-Defiant is, number one, I have to download the Ubisoft launcher, which is absolute fucking AIDS. Two, it's not that great. Like, even IGN gave it a 7 out of 10, so realistically, it's like a 5 out of 10 game. They also don't have a hardcore mode, so if it becomes a really big game and they make some improvements to it and shit, I'll play it, but like right now, I can't be fucked to download the Ubisoft launcher. It's just pure fucking garbage. Thanks for the donation, big ol' fat dumb greaseball. Dodo donated $2. Quest argument in a nutshell. I saw kids get targeted by the IDF on Joe Rogan. He said even if they were Hamas and 16, that Israel shouldn't have blown them up, and then contradicted himself saying if they were Hamas, it'd be okay, but they weren't. Contradiction. Yeah, I mean, he contradicted himself quite a few times. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. He's a fucking dumbass.
Thousands of civilians non-Hamas participate in the 10.7. They raped, killed, beheaded, burned. Women, children, and infants burned in the oven alive. So Israel should do the same, right?
Yeah, apparently, he believes in, an equivalent response or a proportionate response. So I guess Israel should have just gone into Gaza and murdered 1,200 civilians and like raped a bunch of women and kidnapped people, keep them hostage, and like kill them. It's fucking retarded. Thanks for that donation, Bujin.
Good pottery god, that guy was a moron.
Yeah, you goddamn right he was. And he's too stupid to realize just how stupid he is. Thanks for the membership, Neemlinus.
It was entertaining.
Well, I'm glad that discussion was at the very least entertaining. Hopefully you might have learned something. What was the Sneeko,
My favorite part of the lean beef patty video was when you called her a bitch. Vintage vegan gains. Reminisce of 2019.
Unbanned on Kick. Wait, give me a second. Somebody wanted me to watch the Sneeko video here, and they gave me a timestamp, and I can't remember. I think it was at 59 minutes. Oh yeah, 59:30. Just so I don't forget. When you called her a bitch, yeah. Well, I made sure when I called her a bitch, I didn't directly call her a bitch, so it's not TOS. Thanks for that donation, Killing Titan.
Could you ask him if he has a nice cock for me?
Yeah, next time he comes on, I'll ask. Just for you. Thanks for that donation, Going Anders.
Draw Mike the vegan as the back of a human centipede, Blaha front, then Frank, then Penguin Zero, then Mike. Mike at the rear also has anal beads dangling out. You're also peeing on them, and Blaha in front is eating Prismo's poop clumps from the litter box.
I suppose I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Microwave Poop.
There's a strong time component that impacts the Palestinian civilians' well-being. These people act like it would be reasonable for the IDF to meticulously destroy Hamas one by one. It would take decades and then cease civilian suffering. It retarded.
Well, yeah, and that's why I asked him for evidence of, like, the counterfactual of that. If the IDF wasn't using missiles and artillery and explosives, like, can you show me that it would actually result in fewer civilian casualties? And he couldn't do that. And yeah, you would imagine if a war of attrition is going on for an extremely prolonged amount of time, you'd probably have much more human suffering on both sides than if you were to just do this. It's stupid. Thanks for the donation, IDF. Boopity Bop donated $2. See any good movies lately, or shows? Have you seen The Outsider?
Attempted murder.
I have not. Yeah, I can't recall a movie that I've seen lately that I enjoyed. I was watching Mad Max Thunderdome the other day, but that's an old movie.
Former Afghan refugee Saeed Nouri appeared in court this morning. Nouri is known to have mental health issues. Police say he deliberately targeted dozens of pedestrians with an SUV. No one was killed. That huge wildfire in Southern California has
What the fuck?
history. It has burned more.
Well, that's weird. Thanks for the donation, Boopity.
It's time to play some motherfucking capture the flag.
I don't think we'll play Capture the Flag, but thanks for that donation, Badan. I gotta piss really bad. I'll be right back. Oh, much better. Oh, goddamn. Oh, that was tiring.
Israel should have sent in a special unit, led by Commander Cenk Uygur, to save all the hostages, and apprehend every Hamas fighter without killing them like Batman, all without hurting a single civilian, you retard settler colonialist Zionist. Draw that.
Alright, I'll draw that next. Thanks for the donation, vegan tranny.
Fuck Islam. Fuck Muslims. Secular societies don't tolerate barbaric religions. As long as innocent people share space with religious fanatics, they will get die. Fuck your culture. We tried an olive branch. They only want violence. Fuck Allah, go vegan.
Yeah. I would have to agree with that wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly. Thanks for the donation, XVX. Batman donated $2 on a quest. Let me see.
What the fuck are you doing, man? You're not supposed to be walking around out here. You're gonna get fucking sucked away by all that wind, fat boy. Fucking believe that shit? Yeah. Doesn't matter, man. Hurricanes too, motherfucker. We don't care. We're freaks.
Work out, man.
What's up, fatso?
Tear it up.
You look all disheveled this morning.
Tear it up, man. Get a haircut, Jason.
Can you address that faggot pussy in chat Liltar complaining about you making fun of Islam?
Islam is for gay retards, so go fuck yourself. Thanks for that donation, fuck Islam.
All right, see you, cunt. You know, when kids come out of the bathroom with their shirt all fucking tucked in like that, means they just took a shit. Did you just go fucking destroy that toilet? Yeah. So what are you doing now?
Going to
Do you hate Muslims or Arabs? I hate Islam. I don't hate all Muslims, and no, I don't hate Arabs unless they're fucking jackasses.
going to McDonald's and getting my pre-workout. I feel like shit. McDonald's.
So McDonald's has a pre-workout now? You just want an excuse to go get a fucking sausage McMuffin, you pig.
Damn, pre-workout.
Look at what we have here. What did you just say?
It's a pain.
Why do you glorify the IDF? Are they paying you or giving you merch to throat them? I get that they are just in protecting themselves, but war, to me, seems like one of the worst things a person can go through. I think your hatred of Islam taints empathy.
No. Unfortunately, the IDF isn't paying me. I'm hoping they will start paying me for all of my, pro-IDF advertisements. That'd be great. The reason I support the IDF is because, again, from what I've seen, they are acting mostly benevolently. Obviously, there are some bad actors here and there, but that's the case in any military. And so far, their conduct in Gaza is what I would consider to be ethical. Thanks for the donation, though, Alawali.
Do what? Memorize 65 to 7,500 words.
Words, that's it.
The script.
Hey, fuck nut. You know, there's two type of people that wear sunglasses inside. Blind people and assholes.
I'm an asshole.
What the fuck you do?
I'm a gladiator, baby.
The Spaniard.
No, do a video. I want to do a
DSL.
I met Kanevsky.
This is the trolliest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I'm not guiding anything.
Get back on that scale.
No, I'm not getting back on the scale. You can't force me.
What a stupid shirt.
I'm just
Why are you wearing that asshole stuff? Look what you're at. 220.
Cut down to 230.
Wish I never said anything, because now I'm just getting fucking tortured about what?
All season weight, you can't be ripped year round. You don't grow muscle when you're ripped year round. Wait till I can get ready for a show, and then later on be ready for the next one.
But you look fat. You got too much fat.
Well, that's normal. You can't be... I was so spent, man.
From what?
Dieting so much. I went from fucking 230 pounds all the way down to 180. I was exhausted, man. I was so...
What now?
I have 100...
You know what? It reminds me, I wonder if the guy ever uploaded my video game. That would have been hilarious if he actually got it on Steam. There's a video game of me. It's called Side. I'm sure if you Google it, you could probably find a download for it.
million views total on YouTube right now.
I think your arithmetic is
No, I added up all the videos, all the views, everything total on all the channels. 80 million more views than they...
So what? Do you make any money off it?
I make a lot of money off
Bullshit.
it. Yeah, shoot yourself. Look, I was in better shape than Lenny. Lenny blow him out of the water. Lenny looks like shit.
So are you.
Better than him, though. He's got the gut.
I think it's time for you to go lift some weights, you fucking pudgy potato. Get out of here now.
Yeah, the guy made the video game a while ago. Let me see. Vegan gains justified xenocide. Somebody gave me a link for it a while ago. I can't fucking... Yeah, I don't know if it's around anymore, but I remember I found a link for it. It's called Vegan Gains Justified Xenocide.
Leave me alone.
I know science, bitch. I'm off season, baby. I can't wait.
Yeah, he's still fucking going. Every exercise I've done, you've been running your
I'm
mouth.
still looking good, but I gotta fix... This is the problem. I want to tell my... When I dieted last year, I have joint problems. I might have to get some cortisol, some glycosamine, or Jordan.
It wasn't a Flash game. It was used with one of Ubisoft's engines. Unity.
Subscribe because my joints are fucking killed. I have trouble lifting it. Everything's grinded out. 31st.
I thought you were leaving. You just don't stop, man. What are you going to start taking? Take some antipsychotic. What aisle are the eggs?
1.
Where are the potatoes?
Produce.
Where's the soap? All right, what do we say, Jason?
The working man is a sucker.
Fucking OCD in full effect again this morning.
Full OCD.
Go do a set, you pig. He drives all the way from Boynton to come in here and do one fucking set.
One set.
And just run his mouth.
Walks around and work out here, talking to everybody.
All right, let's do the the fucking drawing requests. Let me see. Mike the Vegan and a human centipede. Blaha, front, then Frank, then Penguin Zero, then Mike. Okay. And you're also peeing on them, and Blaha in front is eating Prisma's poop clumps from the litter box. Okay. That's a complicated one. And then Frank. All right. And then Penguin Zero. Usually he wears a hat, right? Should probably make his head bigger. That'll be his mouth. Should I put like stitch marks Yeah, because they're like sewn together, right? And then Mike. He has kind of a lighter beard, right?
Holy fuck, reading the room temp IQ comments on your lean beef patty video just gave me brain cancer. How the fuck do people not understand anything about this conflict?
Well, dude, everybody who has an opinion on it is getting their opinion from, like, fucking TikTok and shit, and they're also, like, massive fucking pussy, you know, fucking idiots that were like, oh, any killing for any reason is bad, and, like, Jews just deserve to die because they're colonizers. Like, they're just fucking stupid. So, yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, darling. And then I'm pissing on all of them. Let me see. All right, so there's Jason Blaha, Frank Tefano, Penguin Zero, and Mike the Vegan in a human centipede with Blaha eating Prismo's shit and Mike the Vegan with anal beads coming from his ass, and I'm pissing on all of them. Hope you enjoyed that drawing. And I think we have one other drawing request. Have Cenk Uygur leading special forces to kill Hamas members who are saving hostages. Let's see. What does Jinkyu look like? Just want to make sure I get his hair right. Okay. Mr. Codename Mike donated Tyler some VG fun. Does look fun. Quad skates look super hard and some good old India. Let's see. Are those moths? Yeah, that, oh god. I guess what you gotta do what you gotta do. That is awful. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, that's awful. They're just getting cooked alive? What a fucking asshole. That is horrific. Bro. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought that was rice. I am never going to India. Oh dear God. That is awful. That is just horrific. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Codename Mike. Let's see.
Are you more likely to develop kidney stones with zero sugar sodas as opposed to regular soda?
I'm pretty sure you would probably be more likely to develop kidney stones if you're consuming sugary sodas. That would be my best guess. I've never really heard of anybody getting kidney stones from consuming from consuming soda. But thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate it. Let's see. Hostage. And special forces. Let me see. Ah. Eh. All right, there's a special forces unit led by Cenk Uygur taking out Hamas terrorists and rescuing Israeli hostages. Hope you enjoyed that drawing. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Julia, where are you from?
New York.
And where are you headed to?
NYU Library.
To study?
Yeah, I'm working on a book project.
What's your book?
It's a biography of a guy who did something really terrible to a child.
What did he do to that child? Something I don't want to hear?
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that.
So why would you do a biography on a terrible person?
Why would...
Riss heard Christina's Hoas is back in chat under the name Boop. Shall we send her to the Shadow Realm? Nickel.
Yeah, it's definitely Christy. All right, bye-bye.
You do a biography on a terrible, or read a biography on a terrible person.
He's not a terrible person. He just did a terrible thing. Lots of people do terrible things, but not too many terrible people in the world.
Okay. Do you think that there are bad people out there?
I don't know.
Are all people good and then people are just capable of doing bad things?
people are just people, and it's a mixed bag for everybody.
Should we not place judgment on people?
I think we should try to understand people, and that's more useful than judging them, including ourselves, right? When we do, am I allowed to swear?
You can say whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah. When we do shitty things, we should look at why we have done a shitty thing and try to be better instead of beating ourselves up for doing such. Or traumatic experiences can, bring that out. And actually, even severe mental illness is
Experience interacting with people who are mentally ill.
passion
And she was looking to have an interaction with somebody.
and part of my identity.
Yeah.
That's, Israel is its own thing. And even for Israelis, they're not necessarily responsible as, Israelis individuals for the horrible thing their government is doing.
For the what?
For the horrible thing their government is doing.
Oh, okay.
Right?
So you don't agree with the Israeli government?
No, I think that
Cucked.
what's happening right now is really, really awful.
Horrendous.
Yeah.
What would you say to Netanyahu?
Vanities, emptiness, donatillers. American fruits are like third world produce compared to the first world quality of Egyptian mangoes and sugarcane. Egyptian mangoes taste magical. I'd travel just for that. I ain't never going to fucking Egypt, dude. I don't know what this is, but I ain't never going to Egypt. It is a shithole fucking country. Thanks for the donation, though, Vanities.
Don't kill children. It's very basic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you face backlash within the Jewish community for?
It was just fucking stupid cuck shit. It's pick me bullcrap.
Hi.
Hi.
What?
Make America great again.
Oh my COVID. Yo, that one's kind of cute. Why is she so depressed in the back? Yo, snap out of it. The fuck?
I'm not depressed. You're depressed.
Yo, I should find you.
You're weird.
I should find you, Kylie.
You're weird.
Hey, hold on, Kylie, come here.
Kylie, we should find you. Oh, I'm in between.
Again.
Oh, shut the fuck up, you dumbass pedophile ass hoe.
Pedo? You guys look like the Wendy's parking lot trailer trash 40-year-olds.
Make America great again.
That bitch
What's
is
your son's
done.
name again?
My name is Logan. What's your name?
Your son's name is Logan?
Shut up, bitch. I'm talking.
Shut up, bitch. I'm talking. Shut up, bitch.
You guys are actually like not sensitive.
Are you
I
alpha?
appreciate this. I'm trying my best. Yeah, I'm trying.
Are you alpha?
I once raped someone to prove I'm alpha.
Okay.
And
You raped- alright.
Yeah,
You
but
raped-
I went to jail for it.
You're
That's why I
very
don't do
old.
red pill. I don't do alpha.
raped
anymore.
That is extremely
raped.
Hey,
raped.
we all make we all make
You have
mistakes.
dick up your ass?
Wow, they're way.
You have dick up your ass?
When? Tell us all the details.
Did you like
cute
it?
in the beginning?
I-
It's a whole pedophile. She's 16.
What? But how do you look so old?
We're all 16, buddy.
Justified Xenocide game, donatillers. The download link for the game is in the video description. Sick. New Duke Nukem mod, vegan gains, justified Xenocide. Sick. Alright. There we go. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah. You start off with a cucumber.
Who would like a haha, you're gonna die of cancer t-shirt?
Most of it isn't legal. I didn't clean for 2 weeks. Most of it isn't legal. Most of I just want to hang out.
Shit is good. And the god of gains is in the sky. Oh yeah, and there's you have to talk to Stephen Hawking.
Eating this cabbage has enabled you to high jump. Test it out and use the high jump to proceed to the next area.
So fucking good.
You guys actually look like the used bitches in college, though.
I'm about to literally be 17.
No. I'm not saying you're ugly. I'm saying you guys look like 21, 22. I'm not saying ugly. You guys are all not ugly, not on my level. Like, let's be real. You're different species. You're not on my level, bro. You guys just, you don't, God made you guys on the 7th, bro.
You'd have to wear sunglasses in order.
More makeup. You need more makeup.
Fucking square ass jawline.
You need more. You need
big
more.
ass chisel chin.
There's not enough. There's not enough makeup on earth to fix this.
Sure, what you are.
Whoa.
So you know what? How about you make America great again and go rape another girl?
I'll slap this shit up.
Is that what you want to do?
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
Fucking
I'm not
insane.
Listen, I'm asking
Taking
you.
advantage of somebody is actually the most insane.
That you're perfectly clean. You've never made a mistake. You just live. What do you do? Who are you?
Everybody makes mistakes.
We pick a whole field of oopsie daisies.
Like raping me.
No, it's just hypothetical.
I was on heroin. So what? That was your fucking decision.
Bro, I never done heroin.
Stupid Nigar Burgess.
Alright, well thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Boop.
I look like Aaron to you, bro? You stupid
You're
bitch.
a fucking asshole. I hate you.
Okay.
Kill yourself.
Whoa.
Jump off a fucking bridge.
You really
Shoot
mean that?
yourself. Yeah, I do. Take those fake teeth out of your mouth as well.
And you know I'm not gonna kill myself? Because I got a black queen in Surrey that I'm gonna hit it from the black. I'm gonna hit it from the back. Yo, let's go on a date tonight, bro. You're doing nothing with your life.
How old are you?
You first.
I'm 18.
Me too. Yo, where are we going? Cabana? 12 West? Which club are we hitting up?
I'm not even allowed to be in clubs.
Is it 19?
Yes.
Oh yeah. So where do you want to go? You want to go to fucking movies?
Where?
You want to go to the movies?
Her.
Okay, add me.
What movie?
What's on right now?
Planet of the Apes.
I'm down and I'll pay. You don't have a job?
Huh?
You don't have a job, I'll pay.
Okay.
You want to catch a late one? Whoa, what time is it? Whoa,
it's 12.
Night. So,
Well, John Zirk is still a scumbag.
Is this kid more likely to end up a gay communist or suffer from a preventable disease? Warning, there is a baby, you might have to close your eyes.
Ah, gross.
He's over 12 pounds now. He's born at 7.8 pounds. So he's very healthy. He's doing very good. I wanted to encourage y'all not to
Thanks for the membership, Elusive Tracks.
vaccinate your children because I think it's bad for their health. Could potentially kill them, give them some type of, make them autistic. I mean, seriously, these vaccines are poisonous. So don't vaccinate your
Well, be funny if that kid died and then of like measles or something.
kids. Tucker's also going to be homeschooled. We're going to have to homeschool our kids or they're all going to end up turning gay. You know, and that's the reason that I'm going to homeschool Tuckers, because I don't want him to be a communist. I don't want him to worship Satan. I don't want him to be gay.
Okay, well that person's insane. Thanks for the donation, PP. Mike Donatello's watched, so you have to. I'm assuming this is going to be bad.
I've been waiting for you all morning. Oh yes, edge the edge master. Come on, edge that dirty little yolk. Edge that dirty little yolk, mommy. Oh, I wanna feel it bung. I'm about to bung. Oh, I like your technique. Rub it. rub it. Oh, yes, mommy. Give it to Edge, Daddy. Break that yolk.
That was awful. Thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Mike. Vanity's Emptiness donated $2. Travel to Egypt or Asia. They have the best tasting fruit in the world. I'd be willing to visit Thailand, Japan. I ain't never going to China. China, just fucking shithole. And definitely not going to Egypt. No Muslim majority countries. Way too much of a risk. It's worth it. America ranks as one of the worst countries for fruit globally. American fruit is so bland. Look white without European DNA? Question mark. Yeah, she looks very white. Makes me question the accuracy of these DNA tests. 90% Arab, Egyptian, and Levantine. That doesn't seem possible. She literally has blue eyes, too. Thanks for the donation, Vanities.
Will kill my friend in seconds. It felt like some kind of tiger, ferocious, so powerful. It felt like if I jump myself forward to attack somebody and somebody will be shooting at me with some automatic gun.
If you drink tobacco, you're probably going to vomit. You're also likely going to experience really severe headaches, nausea. You'll start shaking. You don't want to do that.
AK-47. It felt like I would just go on to destroy, to kill like some kind of bear. I felt so ferocious, so powerful. And this was frightening. When you see that you can kill somebody else, that the power in you is trying to overtake you to kill somebody else, this was no fun at all. This was really... I cannot overstate how intense the experience was. I remember I tried not to think about.
You can actually die from nicotine poisoning. That's a really stupid idea. I think this guy's just delusional.
Okay, I had to change the batteries. It is getting darker now. Let's see if I can make it. Then there was this another story, which I can definitely remember, which made me feel very bad about myself. When I was in Lima, and I entered the toilet, and there was this guy, and he was gay.
Oh, I've already seen this one before. We reacted to that.
He's stuck in a cycle of charity and sympathy. We need radical solidarity. 2. Stop condemning October 7th. Why are you condemning the oppressed? Stop starting every sentence with you condemning an oppressed people's right to resist their oppressor.
Yes, raping women and setting babies on fire is resistance.
Palestinians have the right to resist by any and all means necessary under UN Resolution 3246.
Yeah, how well's that working out? Hamas is getting obliterated, and go fuck yourself.
Stop trying to equate that there are two equal sides. The violence of the oppressed can never equate to the violence of the oppressor. The problem was never how we resist. The problem is that we exist when our oppressor is relentlessly trying to exterminate us. 3. Palestine is not a single issue. Palestine is the issue. Palestine is the issue that makes us realize everything is interconnected. Every struggle for justice, freedom, and liberation, all connected from Palestine to Congo to Sudan. 4. What's happening in Palestine isn't new. The Israeli settler colony isn't the only settler colony still stealing and occupying native land and oppressing native people. USA, New Zealand, Canada, and Australia. And it is no coincidence that all the governments supporting the Israeli settler colonies' genocide in Gaza all have colonial histories themselves.
How does she think Arabs like exist in all of these territories? It's from colonialism, especially with the spread of Islam. Like Islamic people committed genocide against Jewish tribes. Like it's just so fucking retarded.
Themselves. Britain, France, Belgium, Netherlands, Germany. The countries who have bloody colonial pasts are today's richest countries, whilst the countries they colonized are today's poorest. These colonizers also fuel
Yeah, well, why don't you look up the Arabic slave trade, you dumb bitch?
violence and unrest in countries they formerly colonized so they can continue looting their resources through corrupt dictators and corporations. 5. We live in a lawless world. Palestine has shown us only those protesting to end a genocide will be arrested, not those committing the genocide. Are you okay with living in a world where a starving person is more likely to be arrested for stealing a loaf of bread than a politician committing genocide? Palestine shows us how every global legal institution we have blind faith in.
Yes, get yourself arrested, and then we won't have to deal with you ever again. Just go to jail.
To deliver justice, to protect those most vulnerable in this world are in fact just tools of the West. Tools only used at the West's convenience. The United Nations, the International Court of Justice, The Hague, are all tools of the West that do not protect us. We are all living in a world where genocide is being carried out with no consequences and no government trying to actively stop it. Does that not terrify you? 6.
Oh yeah, I bet if you talk to this chick about veganism, or I don't know how they identify, if you talk to it about veganism, they'd probably be like, oh, veganism is white people trying to oppress other races and cultures by forcing them to eat some white colonial food.
6. There is no real democracy anywhere in the world. Countries that proclaim to be
Oh, okay, so that's why we should support a terrorist group.
democracies are nothing more than two-party systems that when it comes down to Palestine are one-party systems. Two options isn't very democratic. They're always run by crooked politicians who are bought off by arms.
Right, so it's much better to support a totalitarian Islamic jihadist terrorist group because there's no real, democracy. Let's just have a fascist totalitarian state take over.
Arms companies, oil and gas corporations who buy them off with cash in exchange for their political influence to fuel invasions, genocides, more mass murder for oil, gas, exploration, and increased profits for arms companies. Arms companies, oil, and gas corporations have more influence in government than voters. 7. We all live in a terrifying dystopia. How does your ordinary day-to-day reality coexist with the Palestinians' reality of genocide? And why do you not care? How do these polar opposite realities exist in this same world we all live in? Why have you decided that your job, your income, your platform, your very life is more important than trying to stop a genocide? Finally, 8. Everything must change. For the last 8 months, millions around the world have protested for Palestine, but the genocide continues. To see lasting change in Palestine, we need to destroy the system perpetuating this genocide, fueling violence in Congo and Sudan. The same system that allows you to walk past a homeless person on your way home and not even look at them. The system that rather lined the pockets of arms companies, CEOs, than lined the stomachs of its own starving children. The same system that believes it should charge you.
Holy fuck. The amount of billions of dollars in aid money that Hamas has stolen so that it can all get funneled to, 5 of its leaders that are living in Qatar, and then you're talking about this bullshit?
You for shelter, medicine, healthcare, education. The same system that upholds white supremacy. The same system that only has borders that open according to the pigment of your skin. This system that is...
Yeah, right. That's why, I think it's like 30% of the US is made up of ethnic minorities? Percentage of non-whites in US. Non-Hispanic whites make up 79% of the Midwest population. Yeah, 71% of the population, including people who identified as white in combination with another race. So it's about 70% of the population is white, 30% is non-white.
Is destroying our very planet that we all live on. Everything must change, and we must be the ones to change it.
Well, that is a crazy, crazy bitch.
Does ever want to do a thing where she walks me on a dog's leash? You making my heart beat fast. And I was walking up and down here. I was like, seriously, when I looked at you, who is this goddess? Just the way you look. Queen Monique on a throne. I feel like getting on my knees. Hey, I know you. I feel like electricity went through me. You got it going on, as the cookie cutters say. Uh-oh, goddess alerts. You're a goddess. I feel like getting on my knees. If Dale walked around here, I don't think anybody would know who he is. That's what I think about you, Dale. That little freak.
Oh,
We'll
that's
do
so
more
gross.
damage to the car than the car will to us. So
That's right. We should lay on the street. They should be so glad we're here, right? Hey, beautiful. You made my day. Beautiful weather, beautiful girl. Can't get any better than this. This coming up is my kind of tan. Get it. Got me. Get a load of this, maniacs. Get a load of this piece of meat. Hey, how you doing? I just wanted to tell you, you're a goddess.
Okay.
Are you on Instagram?
Yeah.
Can we get it?
You want my answer?
Sure.
Hey, can I take a picture of your shirt, bro?
Yes, sir.
It's fire.
You want to take one with me?
Sure.
Sure, thanks. Thanks, sir.
I got you. You want me to send it to you?
All right.
You want me to send it to you?
Hey, I'm on the, check out the Big Lenny show. But thanks again. I don't want to let go, but you know what? Honestly, when I look to the right, I'm like, I got this feeling like, ooh, like electricity went through me. Yeah, and I've been walking up and down, and that's the first time I got it. Yeah, the whole vibe, the hair, everything else.
Thank you.
Thank you for making my day, and give me that feeling of. Ugh. So I had to mention it. Thank you. Keep up the good work, and thanks, sir. Have fun.
Bye.
Hope to see you soon.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna add you on Instagram.
Oh my God! You know, you're the kind of girl I feel like getting on my knees and having you like a queen, like that.
Okay.
Hey, if you guys ever want to do a.
Do not fuck with Cat Daddy. If you fuck around, I will assault you right in front of your own tits. I will see your butthole shut and keep feeding you and feeding you and feeding you. Suck it all, you fags, you know what time it is. Get down and eat my scrum.
Alright, well thanks for the warning. Appreciate the donation, Cat Daddy. Yeah, black girls have the best butts. I don't know if she has a YouTube channel. Yeah, Fernanda Chocolate. Let me see. I think she's on TikTok. Yeah, Fernanda Chocolate has an amazing behind. Let's see. Butt shots. Ah, Jesus.
Are you into any power tool battery ecosystems? Like Milwaukee, Makita, DeWalt, Rigid, Ryobi?
I only have Ryobi tools. It's just that they're cheaper and I don't need anything that's really high end. I I don't usually have to use too many power tools, so I've just invested in the Ryobi ecosystem. Milwaukee is like usually at least 50% more expensive. Some of their tools are like twice as expensive, so I've just gotten Ryobi because I'm not like a pro mechanic or anything. Thanks for the donation though, Nygar. Yeah, black girls have the most insane butts.
Check out my playlists on your off time if you dig funk and 80s disco, homie.
Let me take a look.
Say about it. Over here.
It brings back the man.
I think James Wade would appreciate this.
This life called game back and ain't it a trick? All we're doing is black on black rip. Cause it's all about survival of the fittest.
My mother said, just a laid back type of player. These hoes fall.
Yeah, it's not my kind of thing, but thanks for the donation. Oh, and you donated $50. Thanks for the big donation, dude. Really appreciate that. Yeah, disco and funk isn't really my type of thing. I'm mostly into metal and synthwave, but I think James Waite would really appreciate that music. Thanks again, man. Yeah, black girl butts are just insane. Fernanda Chocolate, she does porn. She has a really, really pretty pussy and butthole. Like, her butthole just looks like delicious fucking chocolate. Yeah, she's Brazilian. She's fucking cute, too. Dude, just look how bubbly it is. I like how black girls, like, their butt is thick on the top. It's not just like white girls, they can have like a nice round butt, but it's like round at the bottom. Like black girls, it just bubbles out like right at the top. This is the type of thing that I appreciate.
The thing where she walks me on a dog's leash down there.
You want me to watch?
Yeah, in the future.
Okay.
If you ever want to do it, like have her do it, I think that'd be great. That's what you deserve. Awesome. Well, thank you, Goddess. Can I kiss your hand?
Sure.
You know what? I don't know what the I don't know what the genre is called. But this sort of shit. Sometimes I like just lying down and relaxing to this sort of music. I don't know what genre it really is, but I really dig this shit. Yeah, Haircuts for Men is really good. It's just super, super chill.
We accept Lean Beef Patty as an ally. She can help us rid the world of the Jews. Thanks for your support, Lean Beef Patty. We love you. Big kiss moi.
Yeah, I bet Hamas really appreciates what she's doing. Thanks for the donation, Hamas.
Thank you so much. It's such a priceless feel. And the motivation, too. If you told me to kill someone, I would do it.
Wow.
I would. I know, I'm so... Whoa, oh my God. Oh my goodness. Looks like she's freaking naked. Ooh, Franny. Oh, ooey and gooey.
VG donated $2. Thoughts on girls who do sex work and charge thousands per hour? Do you respect them, or are they just objectifying themselves? The self-objectification thing is fucking stupid. You're going to be objectified in any type of work. If you're talking to a salesman to buy something, you're objectifying them because they're a means to an end to buy something. If you're going to a restaurant and you're talking to a server, you're objectifying them because they're a means to an end for you to get your food. Like, you're technically objectified in any industry. It's just like some weird... That buzzword objectification is always thrown around in sex work because people are so fucking sex negative and insecure about sex that they like to shame people who are doing sex work when any kind of work they're doing, they're being objectified. They're being objectified by their boss. They're being objectified by customers. You're always a means to an end in any sort of line of work you do, and you are going to be seen as some sort of product or means to an end to something in any line of fucking work. It's not unique about sex work. And women or men can charge whatever the fuck they want for any kind of job they do. So if they're doing sex work, they can charge thousands per hour. They can charge dollars per hour. It's all up to them. Sex should never be paid and should be natural and unforced. Yeah, well, you're an idiot. There's always a price to pay for sex. Try getting laid without spending a single dollar. You're probably not going to be able to do that. You're going to have to take girls out on dates. You're going to have to buy them nice things, buy them food. You're going to have to make some amount of money for women to have any interest in you. You're going to have to provide something. So guess what? You're paying for sex regardless. It's just that when you're paying for a prostitute or an escort, it's just a little more direct. You're skipping a few steps. People who do that are pieces of shit, genuine scumbags, no sympathy. Well, you're a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Remember that friend who thought he was still vegan while eating meat at work barbecue events? He felt bad and said he didn't think of it from the perspective of creating more demand even if he didn't pay for it. He said he'll never attend again. Thanks, VG.
All right. Well, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
That genre of music is called smooth R&B. What are your tips for developing charisma and game with the ladies?
I don't know if you could call it game. Like, I have my own sort of system of doing things. And if you want to gamify it and, like, increase your chances of getting laid, I guess there's a few rules. One big rule is if you meet a girl who believes in ghosts, act as though you also believe in ghosts. There are so many women who believe in stupid shit like ghosts, spirits, what is it? Astrological signs. Oh, are you a Cancer? Shit like that. Play along with whatever stupid bullshit they believe in, and you'll get a lot farther. I don't do that. If some girl starts asking me about astrological signs or ghost stories, I just call it fucking stupid, and usually things end there. Yeah, horoscopes. Usually things end there. I don't play games. If I'm meeting somebody, they're always going to get my genuine self and genuine opinion. And if they can't handle that, I don't want to be around them. But that's a big one. If a girl has any sort of interest or believes in any stupid bullshit and you want to gamify things and just increase your chance of getting laid, play along with it. Usually flattery doesn't really work too well with women unless you're also attractive. So if you're a very attractive dude and you tell a girl you think she's really cute or pretty or something or looks sexy, that'll work because they're already into you. But if you're kind of an average looking dude or below average, flattery isn't really going to get you far. So you kind of got to know your place in the pecking order. Don't really do too many things with compliments if you're sort of an average looking dude. So yeah, and in that case, if you're average or below average, just try to be nice. Don't really flatter them with their appearance because it kind of like it comes off as creepy if you're like average looking or ugly. So those are some tips, but you know, I usually just like talking to a chick about like anything, start small talk. If I'm seeing an interest that they actually want to talk to me, then I'll keep talking for a little bit longer. But like again, if you're talking to them and they're showing any kind of interest, just ask for their number or Instagram or something. Usually Instagram's better to ask for these days. A number is like too personal, so just ask for their social media and then see if they keep chatting. And if they keep chatting with you, just set up a date. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation. Hope that helps.
That song sounded pleasant F's. Gotta love the power of music.
Yeah, I like haircuts for men. I also like vaporwave. Synthwave is good. And obviously metal. But it's nice listening to just some chill music sometimes. Thanks for the donation, Daytona's... Yeah, Dayton Sand Vogues. Jack Higgs donated $2. You might be interested in this, bro, if you haven't seen it. Let me see.
What do you think the best argument for atheism is?
There's no argument for atheism. It's just a lack of belief in God. There's no argument for that. If you were trying to say there is no God, then there are arguments for that. The best argument is it's a stupid fucking idea. Do you believe in Santa Claus? Like, the argument is the burden of proof just hasn't been reached.
I don't think there is a good argument for atheism. I think it's based on a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of the world.
The lack of belief in God is a fundamental misunderstanding of the world. You see, there's trees, and how could trees exist if there was no God?
So it's just, it's what would you say? It's an illegal chess move.
Okay.
It's based on the wrong...
This might just show that I don't understand you, but we'll get to it if I don't.
The best argument for atheism.
What's the best of the worst arguments?
Materialistic determinism is the best argument for atheism.
But isn't that a philosophical sort of assumption?
You could have a deterministic universe with a God. There's even Christians who believe the world is deterministic.
He's still not going to tell people at work he's vegan. He will say he has high cholesterol so he's plant-based. Lol, how shitty is it that we live in a world where you need to hide being something morally superior as being vegan at work?
Well, you don't need to. It's just that you're, too much of a pansy to talk about it. But, if you don't want to deal with the smoke, then, it's your choice. But, I don't give a fuck. People trying to start shit with insults and arguments and belittling me, it just bounces off of me like ripples in the water. Thanks for the donation, though, Mola.
Assumption or axiom?
That's a problem.
Yeah. Like, for me, I think it would be, if this, and let's just choose the Christian God, if he exists and wants me to know him and save me, wouldn't he make it easier? Why does he make it so difficult? Why does he seem to hide? And
because you have something to do. Okay. You have something important to do. It's no game. The price of life is death. It's not a game.
It is a game. Life literally is a game, and it's hard for people to understand that. I think the way we go through the world, we see games as something that has an end, and if you beat the game, you get a reward. If you go hunting and you win the hunt, you get food at the end. If you go out and seek plants and climb the tree and get the fruit, you get a reward at the end. You get the fruit. And there's this expectation in life that if you play the game right, you'll get a reward at the end. And this is kind of what religion does. It gamifies life, where if you play the game well, you get the reward at the end, which is like eternal peace and prosperity in the afterlife. You know, this stupid shit. The game of life is unique in that there is no winning, there is no losing, and there is no reward at the end. It just ends. And people have a really fucking hard time understanding that, and I think it's because of... I think it's like some weird, like reptilian inbuilt sort of expectation that we have through evolution that everything we do is like a game and there's like a reward at the end. And like, I guess now that we're this higher cognitive being that can conceptualize something like a god and an afterlife, we want the game of life to have a reward at the end, and it just doesn't. There is no reward at the end. If you be a good Christian boy or a good Muslim girl, or you're not going to get that reward at the end where you get the eternal peace and prosperity and you can say, yay, I win, I'm happy now. It doesn't work that way. Nothing matters. There is just nihilism. You will never win. You'll never win anything. There's no winning at life. You can only look at things either with a glass half full or glass half empty mindset. The game of life is just however you take it to be. You have to recognize that there is no winning and all you can do is enjoy the game. That is it. It's not a game you can win. It's a game that you play, and you can either choose to enjoy it or you can choose to hate it and be angry and be frustrated that, you know, life didn't meet your expectations. Dodo donated $2. Can you rate this? My total cholesterol is 125, so your total cholesterol is good. Ideally, it should be below 125, but it should be below 120. But it doesn't matter. HDL 57, LDL 50, so your LDL number is pretty much perfect. Between 50 to 70 is ideal, but lower is technically still better, but LDL 50 is fantastic. VLDL 18, that's great. Triglycerides 90. So yeah, if your triglycerides are below 100, again, that's ideal. So you have pretty much ideal cholesterol levels. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Would you consider these base dating tips for trying to get laid? Cartman's the one who's giving them to one of the characters on a dinner date and is trying to get laid so that his erection goes away, lol.
Alright, now when she stops yapping again, say, wow, I've never thought of it that way before, but you're right.
I guess that's why I figured who needs friends like that?
Wow, I've never thought of it that way before, but you're right.
It's like I told Debbie, if you're gonna go out with my friend...
Alright, Jimmy, when she finally shuts her trap again, I want you to repeat whatever she said and then follow it with, wow, how insightful.
And so if you're gonna be that way, I don't need to be your friend.
If you're gonna be that way, I don't need to be your friend. Wow, how insightful.
You know, Jimmy, you are a great listener.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, no other boys really...
Well, dude, this is exactly my point. Most people are basic bitches, okay? Like, most people are. That goes for men and women. Women can game men in a similar way. How many dudes complain about women not being submissive enough or feminine enough and, like, not wanting to give them, like, pussy and shit? Like, girls can game men in the same way where, like, if some chick is just flattering you, talking about how muscular you are, and like, oh, I want to...
Thoughts on calisthenics or bodyweight workouts for those who just want to gain some muscle and lean but not going for a full-on bodybuilder look?
There are downsides with calisthenics training, and it will not give you a specific physique you're after. You don't just lift weights and become a massive, gigantic, bulky bodybuilder. Most people who lift weights won't even look like they lift. So if your goal is to have like a lean athletic physique, there is no advantage to doing calisthenics training, and there are a number of disadvantages. Well, I shouldn't say that. There are some advantages of calisthenics training. You can do it for absolutely free. So you can do push-ups at home, you can get a pull-up bar, you can go to the local park and, you know, do pull-ups, push-ups, like shit like that, dips. So you can work out for free. It might be more convenient. You might find it more enjoyable, but the downside is with progression and incorporating progressive overload. So because you can't manipulate your body weight like you can manipulate weights on a bar, you're going to be stuck using certain weights that might either be too heavy for you, too light for you, and you're going to have to manage progressive overload simply by increasing repetitions. That's really the only way you can really incorporate progressive overload. Whereas with weight training, you can incorporate progressive overload by either modifying the amount of weight you're lifting or modifying the amount of reps. You can also do micro-loading, which is something that you can technically sort of do with calisthenics. Like, you can wear a weighted vest, but again, it's a little more complicated and difficult with calisthenics and bodyweight routines. If you're overweight, a lot of calisthenics movements might be like impossible for you to do unless you use either assistance with a workout partner, or if you use elastic bands, which have their own problems when it comes to force resistance curves. And you're also limited by the amount of exercises you can do. So why would you arbitrarily restrict yourself with the amount of movements you can do, with the types of muscles you can target in different ways by only doing calisthenics? So if you want a kind of lean, athletic looking physique, your best bet is to just do free weight training and just progress to a point where you're happy with your physique. Thanks for the donation, though, Scare Theater. Nautica's mentioned, donated $2. Have you ever had sex with a girl without spending any money on her? Yes, I have. What's the most you've spent? Usually people just get sex for free and spend a few hundred a week worth of dating, while sex workers charge thousands per hour. Why is sex work illegal in the U.S.? Sex work is legal in Vegas or the state of Nevada. I think it might be legal in some other states, but it's illegal through most of the U.S. and North America because we live in a sex-negative, puritanical society. I have had sex for free without having to invest any money on dates or anything, but again, I'm an extremely handsome, super attractive, ultra charismatic, perfect man, basically. So my experience isn't exactly relatable. Most of the sexual encounters your average person is going to have is going to require dating, time investment, money, and again, if you're having sex completely for free, it's probably not going to lead to the type of relationships you want to have. The problem with spending money on dates and shit is it requires a lot more time investment. You usually have to go on a number of dates first, and there's no guarantee you're going to get what you're looking for in the end. So again, sex work is an easy sort of, skipping all the bullshit that you don't want to do. Thanks for that donation, dude. Yeah, so like I said, like I've had experience with this where like girls will start talking about stupid bullshit like ghosts, spirituality, spirit realm, God, religion, horoscopes, astrological signs. If you want to get laid, you have to go along with all the stupid bullshit they believe in and say, "Oh yeah, that's really interesting. You saw a ghost? Yeah, I didn't see any ghosts myself, but so many people tell me they're real. Like, what happened?" Like, if you give the baby its candy and act like you're interested, it will get you really, really far.
They communicate like you do.
Oh, I'm so glad you think so, Shorter. Because I really want to stick my penis in your vagina. Yes, nice, Jimmy, very nice.
What? I'm not doing that.
But the talent show is tomorrow night.
Creep!
Okay, went a little hard on that one.
Right? There's evil too. You have something to do. It's not easy. In fact, it'll take everything you have. Everything. Right? That's why you're to consecrate everything to God. This isn't, you're not.
You have something to do. Like, I mean, most people's lives are not particularly complicated. Like, most people go to school, get a job, find a partner, fuck, have kids, and then they die. Like, most people's lives are pretty goddamn simple, and you can overcomplicate things however you fucking want. You can, like, have some side chick that you get pregnant, and then you have to fucking deal with some dumb bitch baby mama who won't get an abortion. Crap like that. But, like, when you look at most people's lives, they're extremely simple, completely and utterly meaningless. Like, do you think your fucking job at the carpet store is really going to like change the fucking world or anything? Like, most people live boring, mundane fucking lives doing jobs they hate. They end up retiring when they're like fucking 70, and then they just die a few years after after retiring. Like, this idea that, oh, it's so hard to do the right thing. Like, do most people get involved in like criminal gangs and murder people and commit rape? Like, no. Like, I guess aside from the animal holocaust, most people do commit murder, but aside from that.
Richard has literally only touched 4 vaginas and Jasmine in his only relationship. He's never even had a different girlfriend. Frank probably has more dating experience.
Well, it's easier for him because he's gay, but yeah, the reason I didn't have a girlfriend before is just because most women can't handle how based I am. Women in particular, like, men are so pussy hungry, they will put up with the stupidest fucking crazy wacko dumb bitch shit just to get pussy. Women are not nearly as motivated for sex. So if you have a dude telling you that ghosts aren't real, God doesn't exist, your beliefs about like the spirit realm and astrology are fucking stupid, like, they're just gonna pass you by because they can find some other fucking dude who will play into your dumbass fucking delusions and lie to you and say, "Oh yeah, that's really interesting. Oh, tell me more about your stupid fucking dumb boring bullshit," so that they'll get laid. So yeah, I haven't had another girlfriend besides Jasmine for that reason. Most women can't fucking handle how based I am. Thanks for the donation though, Boop.
You're not an infant. But you're not being treated by God like an infant. You're being treated by God like someone
responsible
who's...
moral agent. He's not. He doesn't just want comfortable little pets in his little habitat.
someone to be made in the image.
God doesn't want. God wants responsible moral agents. Then why did he create Adam and Eve and put them in a garden without the knowledge of good and evil? Like, clearly that wasn't God's intent, like, original plan.
Of God is to be someone who wrestles with potential, to genuinely
wrestle with potential.
That's right.
Okay.
Well, that's the tohu
Right.
vabohu that exists at the beginning of time, right? The potential, the watery chaos.
Okay.
The Spirit of God sits above the chaos, the primordial chaos, and extracts order out of that. That's what you do as a conscious agent. And you do that. You do that in a way that is aimed towards hell or aimed towards heaven. Really.
But you wouldn't think people who claim to be atheists are necessarily irrational? Because
they're perfectly rational
I'm
if you
sympathetic.
accept the initial axiom, but I don't accept the initial axiom.
Which is,
So,
what's the original?
like I said, it's something like
That was a long way of saying girls didn't like you and you had to get a mail-order Belgian wife for companionship.
It's not exactly how I'd put it, but thanks for the donation, Boop.
a materialist determinism.
Yeah.
No. First of all, whatever matter is, and we certainly don't understand it, it doesn't look at all like something deterministic at the highest level of resolution. There's something very weird going on down there at the quantum level, and what the philosophical implications of that.
If you look at quantum mechanics, like the argument is, oh, well, at the quantum level, things are random. Okay, well, if things are random, then that just means things are random. It doesn't mean that there's any sort of intelligent design, and that wouldn't indicate free will. That would just indicate randomness.
That are, God only knows. But there's no easy determinism in the physical realm. So anybody who claims that is like stuck in the world of Newton. They're like in 1830. We're way past
What
that.
if the person just says, all right, I'm open to believing in God or not believing in God, and I've seen no good evidence or arguments for God's existence?
It's like I said, it's an illegal game move. It has nothing to do with. See, the problem with that argument is that it's an atheist argument right from the beginning. Well, what's the evidence? It's like belief in God is.
Dude, it's so bizarre. Like, if Jordan Peterson is claiming God wanted to create like some sort of responsible moral agents that could make meaningful decisions and shit like that, why did he create a just myriad of millions and millions of other sentient species that aren't moral agents? And you look at our evolutionary history, like we evolved from just these weird lemur-like creatures, and it took billions and billions of years for us to be created. How do you account for this? It's like, unless you're gonna say evolution isn't real, which I don't think Jordan Peterson believes. He's not a creationist. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, God wanted to create responsible moral agents, but then took, like, literally just created the Big Bang, and like abiogenesis created the first being. And then you have these just billions of fucking lines of organisms that weren't even sentient. And then eventually, like, the first neuron formed. And then you have just like this series of mass extinction events at any point, which could have wiped out all organisms ever in existence, but like somehow life found a way to survive. And then you have these new lineages, and then...
What do you think of cultural appropriation? Is it disrespectful? Does it depend on kind, e.g. wearing a sombrero for fashion, versus wearing a religious thing like a hijab? Also, someone told me non-Muslims wear niqabs to hide their identity. Is that acceptable?
So, cultural appropriation is when a dominant culture takes something from a less dominant culture, incorporates it into their culture, but looks down upon the culture with that originating cultural practice. So an example of this is when white people started, making their hair into dreadlocks. When white people have dreadlocks, they're like considered, oh, cool, it's new, it's hip, they can get a job and their employer doesn't care. But then when black people have dreadlocks, it's considered unclean, barbaric, chimpanzee or gorilla-like. you won't get hired for a job because your hair is inappropriate. That's an example of cultural appropriation. Now, these fucking left-wing college kid idiots think cultural appropriation just means anybody who does anything that's associated with another culture is appropriating. That's not what it is. So, by definition, yeah, cultural appropriation's bad, but the way most people define it is not what cultural appropriation is. So, someone told me non-Muslims wear niqab to hide their identity. Is that acceptable? I don't know. Depends on why you're hiding your identity. Thanks for that donation, Hertbert. Nautic as mentioned, donated $2. Remember when you were so excited when Chris Hemsworth and Miley Cyrus turned vegan and all other celebrities did? Now they're all eating meat after 4 years on the diet. Would you ever fuck a fentanyl or cocaine addict who is vegan but sober 5 months? No, I don't think I'd probably bother doing that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Not propositional acceptance of a set of descriptive facts. That's not what it is. It's commitment, right? So what does it mean to...
So Jordan Peterson is saying atheism is stupid because they don't just believe in random nonsense they're told.
Follow in the footsteps of Christ. To believe. It means to hoist...
Muhammad donated $3. Let me see. Ruling on suicide bombing in Islam. Asim al-Hakim
says, what's the ruling on suicide bombing? And we've gone through this before. And we said that the opinion of Sheikh Abdul Aziz ibn Baz, Sheikh ibn Uthaymeen, Sheikh al-Albani, that suicide bombing is prohibited. Why? The person who died while executing this mission, who killed him? The enemy. No, the enemy did not shoot him one single bullet. Who killed him? He killed himself. What is this called in Islam? It's called suicide. And what did Allah say about those who kill themselves in the Quran? And what did the Prophet say in Sahih Imam Muslim?
Among Islamic radicals, this isn't considered a, this isn't a common belief. So this is a way of explaining why suicide bombing is wrong because, yeah, it does violate the law of not committing suicide. The reason why Muslims commit suicide bombing is because of scripts in the Quran that talk about martyrdom and sacrificing yourself during jihad for the sake of spreading Islam. So if you die committing jihad, which is just violent action against another group to spread Islam, you're going to get a special place in heaven. You're going to get 72 virgins. That's why people commit suicide bombings. Now, is there a meaningful difference between going into a war zone where you know you're going to get killed, you're risking your life, and you're shooting the enemy, versus getting a suicide vest, blowing it up, and killing a number of people? No, not really. So that's why most Islamic extremists believe suicide bombings are morally acceptable. It's because if you're dying committing jihad, you're going to get a special place in heaven. And they don't see a meaningful difference. They don't see a meaningful difference between, going in guns blazing and dying versus just, igniting a suicide vest when you're in a crowd of people.
Did you watch Chris Piracy? There's an activist from India whose core subject is philosophy named Acharya Prashant. Could you review his contents sometimes?
I'm not going to bother doing that, but I have not watched Christspiracy yet. I do want to see it. I'm probably just going to get a torrent and watch it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
About a person who throws himself from a mountain or drinks poison or stabs himself, that he will be doing this till the day of judgment in hellfire. So this is what Allah says in the Quran about those who kill themselves. And this is what the Prophet said about those who kill themselves. Yeah, Sheikh, but...
You know, it's so funny. The idea of infinitely experiencing jumping off a building or a cliff and then dying and having to repeat that over and over again, that sounds like fun to me. Like there's a reason why people go bungee jumping or go skydiving. Falling is a fun, enjoyable experience. So if you know that if you jump off a building, there's not going to be any consequence and you're still going to be conscious, that would just be fun. If jumping off a fucking cliff to my death would be experienced over and over and over again, I'd keep fucking doing it. It sounds like fun.
He killed himself in order to kill 10, 20, 50, 100 of the enemies. So this is justifiable. No, this is not justifiable. If they shoot him, then he's a martyr, inshallah. If he throws himself in the middle of 100 men and start to fight them and killing as many as he can until they kill him, he's a martyr, inshallah.
Dude, this is so fucked. So his only reason for why suicide bombing is unethical is because it's technically committing suicide. Not because it's just horrible to kill people. It's just that, well, you're committing suicide. So, like, if you were to just shoot a bunch of people, innocent people, and you get shot, oh, well, you're a good person. You're going to go to heaven. This guy's fucking nuts. How is this allowed on YouTube? Like, these insane Islamic extremists need to be banned.
It's Christspiracy, dipshit, not Christpiracy. It's not about Christ being a pirate. It's about a conspiracy of Christ. Say my film right. It's not about pirates. It's really not. I swear. But you can pirate my film. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you for that clarification. Appreciate the donation, Cameron Waters.
But to go and drive a car or to wear a vest, and when you are, and this is in most cases, among civilians, in a pizzeria, or in a grocery shop, or in a cafe, civilians, non-combatant, and you push the button and the bomb goes off. Who killed you? I killed myself. Then you committed suicide. You're not a shaheed and you are in hell, insha'Allah azza wa jal.
Yeah, these Muslim extremists need to be fucking banned from the internet. All of these, the Canadian government and shit does this too. It's actually explicitly stated in hate speech laws that something won't constitute hate speech if it's a part of a religion. I don't know why religion justifies hate speech. Like, if you have fucking people talking about massacring innocent people, committing jihad, wiping out other groups of people, who the fuck cares if it's a religious belief? Ban them. Charge them with fucking hate crimes. Like, it's just crazy.
Your goddamn cross and walk up the hill. It doesn't mean that you say, what does Christ say? Not all those who say, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah.
Well, that's for sure.
Yeah.
What? It's not, the religious doctrine is not a scientific theory. It's not something you believe like you believe a description of a set of facts.
Okay.
It's a mode of being. It's a mode of apprehension. It's a mode of perception. It's a mode of action.
I'm pushing back to see if I can understand what you're getting at. Like, in order for me to marry my wife.
So Jordan Peterson's equivocating again. He's equivocating believing that you have responsibilities and moral agency with the belief in a higher power like God or Jesus. Nothing he says makes any fucking coherent sense.
If I need to know she
Turkey Tom's video of you, where you recommended Dominion, convinced me to watch it. I used to eat tons of meat and do the keto diet. I've been vegan for 5 months now, so thanks for doing that video.
Well, that's really good to hear. I'm glad that documentary helped convince some people to go vegan. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
exists, and I need to know she's interested in me, and I need to be able to pursue her, right?
To marry your wife, you need to take a leap of faith.
But I need to know she exists first in order to...
Oh, true.
So that's what I'm saying with God's existence. If God does exist, surely I need some kind of reason to think this isn't just a story I'm telling myself.
Conscience. Where does that pesky little thing come from?
So Jordan Peterson's a presuppositionalist. He believes that because you have moral agency, that presupposes the existence of a God. Presuppositionalist arguments are just fucking retarded. You can presuppose anything. You could say, because there's a special type of particle in the universe that presupposes, you could presuppose a special particle in the universe, and that's the reason why we have consciousness and agency and shit.
I think there's 3 options.
Okay.
One might be we evolved this way.
That's fine. I'm perfectly happy
But
with
here's
that
my
explanation.
problem with that. Yeah, because if you say, okay, if we were raping and pillaging, we would have never gotten this far as a species. Therefore, these things have become taboo or something like that, which is a far cry from saying they're somehow objectively wrong or mind independently
I don't know. It's not
evil.
so far. It's not so far. No, I think the evolutionary biology and the religious will dovetail perfectly.
Well, okay, but then here's the thing:
God is the deepest instinct.
If I now know that it's evolution that's wired me thus, I can choose to disobey it. It's lower than me. I could be Raskolnikov, presumably. I could go against it.
Of course, that's
and another source would be individuals. Like you could tell me I'm a bad person to do X, Y, or Z, or praise me if I do other things.
Like, this makes no sense because there's religious beliefs that command you to commit violence against other groups of people, like in Islam. So how do they account for that? Like, they can't.
Things, and I might feel good or feel bad, or collectively as society you can say this.
Yeah.
But just as you have no right, it seems to me, to determine how I ought to live, collectively, why would you have any more authority?
That's Raskolnikov's argument too.
So it seems okay. So
or the Marquis de Sade.
So this objective morality could come from beneath us in evolution, from outside of us on our level.
Yeah.
Maybe it comes from above us, and then it's like, okay, if it comes from above us, is it in some sort of platonic form? And if it is a platonic form, is there a commandment being issued? And why do I need to be obedient to a platonic form?
So you don't end up in hell. That's why.
Right. So I could, yeah.
No, but seriously, that's why.
I see.
It's like,
this is sort of like
violate the moral order and watch what happens. Go right ahead.
I'm with you. This is the
And
sort of
then
Aristotelian Nicomachean ethics idea, right? Where like eudaimonia is just flourishing. And so it's like, there is a way to act.
You put yourself in alignment with the cosmic order.
Yeah, but I could choose not. Yeah, I could choose not to do that.
Sure,
which you can choose to go to hell. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And you might think, well, it'll be a fine ride on the way, and maybe it will, but that's where you're headed. So no, everything has to be put in proper order. That's why Christ says that He calls upon
eternal suffering and torture is the proper order for committing finite crimes. Oh, you raped somebody? Well, you're going to be tortured literally infinitely for eternity, and you're going to get a punishment that is infinitely worse than what you inflicted on somebody that was a finite crime. Does this make sense?
on His followers to be perfect. Why? Because everything has to be put in the proper order. Why? Because otherwise it falls into disorder.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Tonight, Russia threatening to speed up missile production, condemning, quote, increasingly aggressive NATO policies, which comes as a growing list of NATO allies now say that Ukraine can use.
Right, oh my God, they're asking for a ceasefire, and then they're saying, oh, well, we're going to ramp up missile production. They're losing the war. Like, that's the long and short of it. You're losing and you're desperate and you're gonna get fucked.
their weapons to strike inside Russia. That used to be absolutely verboten, but it has totally changed now. France, Germany, Poland all have dropped that restriction. And for the first time today, Antony Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, signaled that the United States could join them. And it comes as the U.S., of course, is ramping up weapons deliveries to Ukraine. And here's the thing about that. It's actually giving the U.S. military a major boost. And Oren Lieberman has this story that you'll see first here out front.
Just outside
Dude, those Bradley fighting vehicles are so fucking cool. I'd love to have one.
Dallas, Texas. Test rounds of artillery ammunition are rolling off a new U.S. production line. The goal of the U.S. is to produce 100,000 155mm artillery shells like these a month by the end of next year. This facility alone, when it's at full capacity and up and running within the next 12 months, will make nearly a third of that, 30,000 shells a month. The U.S. has committed more than $51 billion in security aid to Ukraine since the start of the war. The weapons go to Ukraine, but the vast majority of the money comes right back into the U.S. in manufacturing facilities, jobs, and production.
I think what we've seen from the lessons learned in Ukraine is that all of us, the United States, our NATO allies, need more munitions. We need bigger stockpiles. Conflicts can be more drawn out than we thought.
And when one weapon from U.S. inventories goes to Ukraine, another, newer weapon takes its place. Bradley infantry fighting vehicles sent into the thick of the fight will be replaced by the latest models of the armed and armored systems. Counter-battery radars Ukraine has used to defend against incoming fire will make way for newer radar systems. And ATACMS missiles that Ukraine has used to strike deep within occupied territory are to be replaced with advanced, longer-range precision strike missiles.
Hell yeah.
As we send weapons to Ukraine, the U.S. replaces them with either newer variants or newer systems. It is a way of modernizing the U.S. military.
That's right. I like to say we're not going to replace old with old. We're going to replace old with new. We are modernizing through the support that we're giving to the Ukrainians.
To feed the Kremlin's war, President Vladimir Putin has placed Russia's economy on a full wartime footing, trying to outproduce the West in what is
Dude, it's so funny how they're still calling it a special military operation.
becoming a grinding war of attrition. Russia spends nearly 7% of its GDP on defense, with plans to go even higher, far more than the U.S. or any Western nation. Even if Russian weapons are lower quality.
Yeah, cool. Bankrupt yourselves, fucking idiots.
An old military adage says that quantity has a quality of its own. When Russia burned through its own supply of artillery ammo too quickly, North Korea sent millions of rounds that made their way to the front lines. Iranian Shahed drones have expanded an already deadly Russian arsenal, and the Kremlin wants more. The U.S. effort to produce weapons at the speed of war took precious time to close the gap. For years, the U.S. relied on decades-old plans like this one in Scranton, Pennsylvania, to make artillery rounds, a World War II-era defense industrial base.
Thoughts? Israel is doing this in the name of their barbaric religion. Netanyahu constantly quoting verses from the Bible saying to kill all the Gentiles, men, women, children, babies, cattle and donkeys.
Netanyahu has not said that. Are they talking about the Amalek thing?
We're going to do it anyways. The red heifers are in Israel and they're about to be sacrificed. Now bear with me, I'm going to explain this. I'm going to have to word things a very specific way or else I'm going to get in trouble. So please, I beg you, read between the lines. I'm going to try to do everything I can to keep this video up. Now before I break this down, I have to explain to you guys what the red heifers is and why this means the Dajjal or the Antichrist is going to be here. Now, in the religious text in Numbers 19, it talks about this, where the children of that place was commanded to go find a red cow without a spot or a blemish on it, and its life must be ended and burned outside of the camp. Now, there's a specific ritual that they have to do to make this happen. The fire has to be through cedar wood, they have to add oregano, and then wool that was dyed a specific color. And then after this whole ritual is completed, all the ashes must be placed in a vessel with purified water in it. Now, the reason why you're not going to really find this ritual within the Torah is because it's only taught within the oral traditions, which they keep very secret. They don't teach the oral tradition to any women and no men younger than 40. I just got it. Now, the reason why this is so bad is because that group of people, the same group of people that are currently stealing land, think that it's going to be the Messiah that's going to perform this ritual for them. Now, if you guys have been around for a while, you understand that this group of people who they call Messiah, the Christians call Antichrist, the Muslims call Dajjal. And the timing of this is just way too coincidental. The reason why the timing is so weird is because they have to remove Al-Aqsa, the mosque at Al-Aqsa, to rebuild the third temple. And when they rebuild the third temple, that's when their Messiah is supposed to come. So technically, to be able to perform this ritual, they're going to have to remove Al-Aqsa, build another temple, and then do everything. Now, for my take on this situation is that until Al-Aqsa falls, I'm not too concerned with it. A lot of these people make a lot of promises that they don't keep. They lie a lot.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, Muhammad.
It suddenly fell far short. This new artillery plant is part of a surge in weapons production that isn't done yet, with pressure on the U.S. to supply Ukraine's military as it modernizes its own.
It took 2 years from start to finish to bring us here, and now we're just in the process of building the munition stockpile that we need, not only to help our allies in Europe and elsewhere, but to deter countries like China and Iran and North Korea.
It's not just artillery.
Absolutely based.
He's like, is that good? Well, if you want disorder, but what are you going to do? You're going to heap burning coals of fire on your own head? Well, you can. That's hell. Every devil shoveling the burning coal on his own head. Right.
I'm still trying to get at this. All right, so what if I just say, all right, I can't believe in some invisible sugar daddy up in the... this is not what I think. Invisible sugar daddy up in the clouds who's going to give me a theme park if I just quit masturbating, all right? I can't believe that anymore. It just seems like it's bullshit and it's a fairy tale.
It's a concretized...
Like, he's explaining why it's so stupid.
Watch this instead. If you ever watched SpongeBob, this should sound familiar. BTW, look at this dude, lol, he looks like a Jewish stereotype. And he is. Real name isn't Tiny Tim, it's some Jewish name. Same as Sasha Grey, Jon Stewart and plenty others.
You didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, Bill.
People tell themselves...
Well, it is and it isn't. It's a concretized representation, but it's not without its wisdom. Like, there isn't anything more complex in the cosmos than a human psyche. And to think of the psyche, let's say the Father, as a representation of the highest spirit, it's not prima facie absurd. It's not a bad metaphor. So here, I'll give you an example of that. So imagine all the admirable men you've ever known.
Doing it now.
Okay. Well, they have a unity, right? It's the unity of whatever makes them admirable.
Yeah.
Right. So they all reflect the same spirit. Seriously, they're all approximations to the same spirit. It is. This is a definition.
Yeah, all right.
So God is the benevolence that shines through the good Father. It's a definition. Just like God is the call to adventure, or just like God is conscience. And you think, well, that's not God. It's like, well, have it your way. Like, you're playing games. You're playing games.
But surely it's not playing a game to just be curious and say, okay, maybe there is no such being as God. Maybe Jesus wasn't the second person of the Blessed Trinity. Maybe heaven is a myth. And yet these stories help me flourish for some unknown reason. And so I'm best to go along with it. But it's hard to really get on board with something.
Well, you can't commit to that. No.
Yeah.
This is an all-in enterprise.
Okay.
It's an all-in enterprise.
So again, you just have to believe for no reason. Just believe it. I don't have an argument. There's no logical basis behind this. Just believe me. Okay, I'm convinced.
In the story of Cain and Abel, for example.
Meant to send this. His name isn't Tiny Tim. Same as Sasha Grey, Jon Stewart, and even Natalie Portman. Either way, love this song.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tiny Tim.
Thank you, my dear, wonderful friends. What a thrill it is to be here tonight on this little special. Of course, you'll hear some numbers, old and new, made by great artists of the past, like Henry Burr, Irving Kaufman, Harry Richmond, Maurice Chevalier, and all.
Do you condemn the ongoing slaughter of cows in Jerusalem until they find the perfect red heifer? If not, you are a hypocrite and a fake vegan. Yes or no, do you condemn the sacrifices of cows? I got video proof of Israel slaughtering cows.
Yeah, no shit. Obviously I do, dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Muhammad.
All the rest of them. God bless them all.
Yeah, I've heard the song before. It's okay.
Example. Abel offers his best, and God accepts it. And Cain doesn't. Cain offers what's second best, and God rejects it. And that's life. And everyone knows that. It's like life is a fatal game. And it's gonna require everything you have. And everyone knows that. It's like you can offer your second best and be accepted? No. First of all, you won't even accept yourself under those circumstances because you'll take no pride in your, not pride, wrong word. You'll take no solace in your accomplishments if they're of second-rate quality.
Yeah.
Right? You can't
If
fool
you could
yourself.
have done better, yeah.
That's for sure. And the times when you're somewhat satisfied with your miserable existence, well, that's when you know you've put something on the line. Right. And that's what you're called to do by your wife and by your children and by your community, by your conscience. Well, that's all a reflection of something real. And you might say, well, not transcend.
Bro, I paid you $8 in total to play that. Actually not, it's 11. Finish the whole song, WTF lol.
Ladies and
Think about me, I'm just as free as any daughter. I do what I like, just what I like, and how I love it. I'm right here to say when I'm old and grey, I'll be right in my prime. Living in the sunlight, loving in the moonlight, having a wonderful time.
Yeah, these were the good old days when men were men. You know? When we didn't have any of this tranny bullshit and men were masculine.
Just think about me, I'm just as free as any daughter. I do what I like, just what I like, and how I love it. I'm right here to say when I'm old and grey, I'll be right in my prime. Living in the sunlight, loving in the moonlight, having a wonderful time. Having a wonderful time.
All right, happy now, Bill. Thanks for the donation, jackass. Finger my ass, Tony Tellers. Here's where Tiny Tim's song was implemented in SpongeBob. Yep, I remember that. Thanks for that donation, Finger my ass.
Transcendentally real. It's like, well, why not? Why not transcendentally real?
Yeah.
What do you think? We're made in opposition to the spirit of the natural order? Is that your theory? Or we're random? Really? Random. That's your theory, is it? That's not a very smart theory.
Okay.
There's
So-
nothing there's
Think about the cows, Richard. Israel just spent $500,000 to get a bunch of red heifers from Texas. You have a big platform but you won't make any videos of it. I guess that Zionist cock just tastes too damn good.
What is this?
How? How?
That is fucking horrific. Don't think that's Israel, but that is horrific. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. I don't support the slaughter. I don't know why you even have to make a video about it. It's fucking stupid. I've mentioned it before on stream.
there's nothing random. There's some random mutation, and even that's not.
Again, Jordan Peterson isn't giving an argument for either God or moral realism. He's just saying randomness is stupid. Okay. We may live in a deterministic universe. We may live in a random universe. Free will may or may not exist. None of that is an argument for moral realism or the existence of a God.
True. You know, there's a hierarchy of mutational repair.
No.
Yeah, well, this has been discovered quite recently.
I don't know what the fuck he means by hierarchy of mutational repair.
Mutation is random. No, turns out that's not true because mutations that occur to genes that are crucial for survival are repaired with 100% accuracy.
What is he talking about? What? Mutations that are repaired? Like what do you mean?
There's some room for experimentation out in the margins, but not at the center, just like in life itself. It's like, and
what is he talking about?
Random. The mutation process, part of it is random. And I suppose we capitalize on chance, but as an explanation for the nature of being itself, it's like no one knows how life arose. No one knows anything about consciousness.
Yeah.
Not the
Scientists are getting very, very close to being able to produce abiogenesis.
least. It's a byproduct of neural activity. It's why isn't your solar plexus conscious then?
Yeah.
I don't know, like, what the fuck does your solar plexus have to do with consciousness?
Right, you've got neurons galore. There's more neurons in your autonomic nervous system than there are in your central nervous system. It's not conscious. It's not neural activity.
Yeah, okay, so we know it's not neural activity itself. What the fuck does this have to do with evidence for God?
Per se. And most neural activity in your cerebral cortex isn't conscious. What the hell's consciousness? It's the spirit of God that what would you say, broods upon the
face of the waters.
That's
baby.
right. That's what consciousness is.
Yeah.
That's as good a definition as any. In fact, it's the best definition I've ever seen.
Also
Well, Jordan Peterson's still retarded, but we already knew that.
Ooey and gooey. Ooey and gooey. Ooey and gooey. Come on.
Hey, that's a nice, cute butt.
I got you. Thanks for the view, though. I like it. There seems to be a lot of cookie cutters in here. Where are the gals? Rob, I'm going to walk this way. There's no girl. Good. You mind if I walk with you?
Sure, you can.
Did you get something to eat?
I didn't, but I'm actually on my way home.
Aw.
Just came to get some fresh air.
It's really nice air. Beautiful.
I love Florida.
Yeah. And I really love your look.
Thank you so much. That means a lot.
Yeah. So, where are you from?
I'm from Bermuda. I'm just visiting.
Oh, perfect. What?
Yeah, I come here often, but I mean, I'm not from here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is Bermuda like this?
A little bit, yeah. The Gulf of Mexico goes up there, and it warms us up.
Oh.
Otherwise, we'd be in a horrible situation.
You're right, right.
We would get snow and everything, and all our houses would be destroyed.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah.
Well.
Is this what Lenny would call a tan 10-10?
Oh, we have bad.
So when are you going back?
Well, like in a few months.
Okay.
Cause like after that, I wouldn't be able to stay in the States, so I can't stay here too long.
Oh, I understand.
I enjoy it, so.
Yeah, nice fingernails.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got a great look. Well, I hate to take the fact you have to go home now, but
Leonard.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me just type it in.
Sure.
That is very likely a trans girl.
Let me unlock it.
Love those fingernails.
Thank you.
And what's your name?
Kylie.
Nice. Well, great. Maybe I could take you out or take out to eat. Well, the eyelashes.
Yes,
Where did you come from? Can I see them?
Sure. They're
Oh my God, you making my heart beat fast. And I was walking up and down here. I was like, thanks for walking with me. I appreciate it.
I'll see you later.
All right, beautiful. Thank you. Whoa.
What?
Holy cow. You just got everything like my dream girl. You hear that, maniacs? Hi. Thank you. Brandon, I knew it. She was very feminine until she said the name. Brandon.
Did you get his number?
She got mine.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I typed it in.
So far.
and she wants to go. She has to go. See how easy it is? Whoa!
Thanks, bro. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Hey.
Beautiful. That's what it is.
I see that.
Yes, that's how it is. Horny.
Well, I just. But no, seriously, when I looked at you, I was like, who is this goddess?
Well, I appreciate
It's all like
that.
electricity running right through me.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm gonna be real with you. You trying to
Oh my goodness. Oh my.
for me? Straight up, he said
Why'd
he's ready
you
to go
do that?
King Kong mode.
Do what? Oh, I'm sorry. What were you drinking? Hey, don't leave me. Don't leave me.
Go back. Hey, I love
She wasn't exactly a tan, as you can see. They need a little talk. Pulp Fiction. Pulp Fiction. What's Pulp Fiction? Hey, Pulp Fiction, come back. Good. Hello there, beautiful. Enjoying your day? Good. You want to get something to eat?
No, I just had some. Thanks for asking, though.
No. When I walked by, I looked at you, I got that feeling like a lightning bolt went through me. You look like a queen sitting on a throne.
Oh, thank you.
It's like your aura. Well, all right then, if you want to drink, anything,
Where are you going to get something to drink?
I don't know, wherever you want. You in the mood for it?
I'm actually waiting on my ride to pull up, so I want to.
Oh, you're leaving me?
Yeah.
Aw.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah, when can I see you again?
I don't know.
Can I give you my...
Here.
Where do you live? Wow, a southern girl, a southern belle.
I'm from here, though.
Really? What part?
I'm from Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, what's your name? Do you have a YouTube or Instagram?
I have an Instagram.
What is it, if I may ask? I'll type it in. How long are you going to be here?
VG, what's the quickest way to burn 500 calories?
Well, I guess either cycling or jogging or swimming. Like cardio would be the fastest way to burn calories. So, yeah, as high of an intensity that you can maintain within an aerobic threshold. Thanks for the donation, though, Blur.
I leave today.
Aw. Well, you'll be coming back, right?
Yeah.
Good. Guys, come on. Come on. Come on. Hey, I know you.
You know me from where?
You're a freak. Look at the cookie cutters, Rob. Ooh.
Yes, sir.
They were told. Now, do y'all mind? One of y'all just mind slapping them, like in the face?
Happy birthday. Ooh, yeah.
Oh shit!
Ooh.
Hey, who want to turn next? Hey, you go next. One kiss on the lips. On the lips.
Woman right
The
here.
real woman. So make out with her.
Thanks for making my day. Honey, you look incredible. Thanks. Just walked by, and when I saw her, it felt like electricity went through me. You got it going on, as the cookie cutters say.
Thank you.
Thank you. So when can I see you again? When can I see you again? Where do you live? Down here? You're a goddess.
Thank you.
You know that?
All right. I think that will be it for tonight. We pretty much reached the goal, so thank you everybody for all the very generous donations. Really appreciate that. I'm going to head to bed now, but hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I will be streaming tomorrow night around the same time. I don't have to train tomorrow, so I might do like a double stream. So when I wake up, I'll do a stream, and then later in the day, I'll do another stream. But I'll see you all tomorrow. Sweet dreams, everybody.